Good morning from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones. This morning we're bringing you live coverage of a spacewalk to install brackets in preparation for solar array upgrades to the space station. Today's spacewalk will be the first ever involving two international partner crew members out of the Quest airlock. You're currently looking live into the Quest airlock of the International Space Station.
73 complete.
Copy complete. We are going to work steps 74, 5, and 76, and we'll give you a call back when we're ready for 77.
Copy. Standing by, waiting for 77.
In the Quest airlock at this time is NASA astronaut Megan McArthur and Mark Vande Hei posing for a photo as you see here. They just closed the hatch to the crew lock where Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut and current commander of the space station, Akihiko Hoshide, is suited up and in his spacesuit. He'll be in the spacesuit with the red stripes today. Also in that airlock with him is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet. He'll be wearing the spacesuit with no stripes this morning. This will be Akihiko Hoshide's fourth spacewalk of his career, and this will be Pesquet's sixth spacewalk of his career. The duo arrived to the space station together on the SpaceX Crew Dragon Endeavour in April. During today's spacewalk, Hoshide and Pesquet will complete tasks to build and install a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel in preparation for the next delivery of ISS Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, they will remove and replace the Floating Potential Measurement Unit, or FPMU, ensuring the device can provide measurements for years to come.
Airlock Houston on 1, EV crew, you are hot mic on space to ground 1.
P1 copy, hot mic. 82 copy.
Earlier this morning, the crew
Go for step 77.
Copy, thanks.
Earlier this morning, the crew did work through procedures to pre-breathe oxygen to purge nitrogen from their bodies.
Depressed pump power is off. So the depressed pump enable LED is on. Depressed pump enable LED is on. And Houston airlock on 1, we're standing by for your go in step 80.
And arm is on a minute and a half. Copy.
Additionally, Megan McArthur and Mark Vande Hei helped to install the safers onto the spacewalking duo. The safers are essentially the space jetpack that can help aid a crew member should they become untethered, though this is an extremely unlikely event. JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide and European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet are working through procedures with the ground to begin depressurization here shortly.
Airlock Houston on 1, you are go for depressed.
We
our go for depress. So tomorrow we're on the crew lock depress card. You can switch depress pump power to on.
Copy calling you, Megan, on the crew lock depress your card, taking the depress pump power to on.
Okay, it will take 10 seconds for complete startup.
Copy.
And you're going to take the depress pump man ISO valve to open. You can expect an alert tone.
Depress pump manual ISO valve is open.
Okay, monitor your suit P gauge stays less than 5.5.
Copy. Copy.
And you just heard the go from teams here in Houston for depressurization to begin. Depressurization will take the crew lock from its current 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure all the way down to vacuum. Before that happens, though, the teams will pause at about 5 pounds per square inch to complete final suit checks and comm checks, and then the crew will be given the go to place their suits on internal battery power, which will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. The crew is currently running about 1 hour ahead of the timeline this morning.
Interesting sound. That was the move. So.
Pressure inside the crew lock now at about 11.5 pounds per square inch, down from the 14.6 pounds per square inch that we started at this morning.
Suit P gauge at 5 for EV2. Actually 4.9.
Say again, Thomas?
Just following my suit P, I'm at 4.9 on the suit P gauge.
Copy suit P gauge at 4.9er.
Right. And the EV1 at 4.9, okay.
I copy 4.9er for EV1.
Got moved at the edge of my release valve socket.
And Aki couldn't quite hear what you said, something about your release valve?
Yeah, we were hearing the move sound, but I think it's just the release valve opening up, keeping the pressure under 5.
I copy that.
Now under 10 pounds of pressure per square inch in the crew lock. Once 5 pounds per square inch is reached, depressurization will be paused so that a systems check can take place. Once that's complete, depressurization will resume in order to get the airlock down to vacuum before our spacewalking duo can head out the hatch. Just under 5 minutes until the crew lock is at 5 pounds per square inch of pressure.
Here's the mom. Good. Relay log P is 8. Jim. Yep, I see it too.
In Thomas, you can expect an alert tone when the crew lock is at 6.0.
Copy. Copy.
And Thomas, I'll give you another reminder, but when the crew lock is at 5.0, you're going to take the depressed pump man ISO valve to close.
Copy. 5.0. But my isolation valve will go to close.
NASA astronauts Megan McArthur on the right and Mark Vande Hei on the left of your screen continuing to monitor depressurization of the Quest airlock, where Hoshide and Pesquet are suited up and undergoing preparations to eventually venture outside the space station hatch for today's spacewalk. Depressurization is currently underway. We're sitting at about 6.84 pounds per square inch of pressure, waiting until we get to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, where leak and comm checks will take place. Following this, depressurization will resume and continue all the way down to vacuum. Once vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete some additional checks before placing their spacesuit on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their spacesuit on internal battery power all the way up until the time repressurization occurs and the crew is back inside the crew lock following completion of their spacewalking tasks for the day.
Let's go up PS6. Hey, copy.
Gotten an alert tone, and at 5, Thomas, you're going to take the depressed pump man ISO valve to close.
Correct. And should I go by my DCM or Aki's? I think Aki's is a bit more precise. Mine is 0.2 off, I think.
Yes, that's correct. Yours is off, and we can also read it to you from here.
Okay, I have airlock B 5.9 right now. Okay. Aki, you will read it to me? Okay. And Megan, you double check us if we miss it.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Alright, so my airlock B is at 5.5. Copy, I got 5.3 expected. Okay.
Coming up on 5 pounds per square inch of pressure now. As a reminder, the teams will pause at 5 pounds for systems check.
The airlock B 5.2. Copy. 5.0 expected. 5.1.
Okay, you can take the depress pump man ISO valve to close. Expect an alert tone.
Good. I got 5 decimal go. Okay, depress pump man isolation valve is closed.
Okay, I understand the depress pump man ISO valve is now closed. You can switch display to status until you get leak check displayed, then display to yes, hold for 2 seconds, and then follow the instructions.
Copy. Copy.
The crew lock is now at 5 pounds per square inch, and you do hear NASA astronaut Megan McArthur walking the spacewalking duo through those checks.
Check complete, and EV1, we check complete. We're going to EV8.
I copy. Leak check is complete. And Aki, I heard you say your O2 actuator is EVA. Thomas, you as well?
We're working on it. Yeah, one's working on it. EV2 is in EVA.
Copy. EV2 is EVA?
Correct. And EV1 is in EVA.
EV1 and EV2, O2 actuator is EVA, so the next step, Thomas, is to take the depress pump man ISO valve to open. Expect an alert tone.
Depress pump man ISO valve is open.
And Aki, take the EV hatch MPEV to open.
Okay, EV hatch MPEV coming open now.
Monitor your suit P gauge stays less than 5.5.
It's coming. EV hatch MPEV is open.
Hatch MPEV is open.
And we just heard confirmation that depressurization has resumed. Megan McArthur walked our spacewalking duo of Thomas Pesquet and Aki Hoshide through those procedures in order to perform those checks. All checked out smoothly, and the teams are now working to get the airlock down to a pressure of 0, which is considered vacuum. At this time, the suits will be switched to internal battery power, and our spacewalk will officially begin for the day. Now less than 4 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock.
My airlock P on my DCM is 3.0. Copy. 2.8. Copy.
And Thomas, at 2.0, you're going to take the depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Copy at 2.0. I will perform step 9 on the cue card.
Pressure inside the crew lock now at 2.65 pounds per square inch of pressure.
2.5. Copy, Aki, 2.5. The LFC is 2.2. Copy. LFC 2.1. LFC 2.0. All right, the press pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Copy, the depress pump main ISO valve is closed. You can take the depress pump power to OFF on the UIA.
The UIA depress pump power is off OFF.
Copy, it's off. And you can report your initial tether configuration.
So let's start with your waist tether. Copy. So my left waist tether is on the airlock steering extender. It is 8. There you go. It is locked, black on black. Goes to my steering extender to my left, locked, black on black. And then on my right, steering extender, I have a waist tether. I also have my red hook. It is closed and locked, black on black. Goes to my red reel, which is unlocked. My red reel, I have my green hook is not locked. And then from my red reel to my green reel, I have my yellow hook locked, black on black. And from my red reel, which is unlocked, I have my anchor hook locked, black on black on Aki's waist tether. And I see his gate is also locked, black on black. And I see you can pick up from there. Okay, copy that. So, my left waist tether, full hook is on my...
These words you're hearing now from European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet as he checks his tether configurations to ensure everything is good to go before he and JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide step out the hatch here shortly. And we're currently in a brief expected handover between satellites, but we'll regain communications and visuals here shortly.
Red reel is unlocked, and on the red reel I have a green hook.
Inside the crew lock, depressurization continues, now less than 2 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock.
And that one is gate closed, hook is locked. And green wheel is is unlocked. And my anchor hook is on my mini workstation. And gate closed.
Today's team in mission control is being led by Flight Director Adi Boulos, who you see here.
We'll let Houston, of course, make the final call on that tether config as they're going through.
Also on the Capcom console is Ann McLean, who's working handover in preparation to hand over to Jessica Watkins.
PDT is around 0. You guys can expect an alert tone.
Copy that. Copy.
Airlock Houston, good morning. Ann here with you for your tether configuration. EV1, need confirmation on your red hook and on your small hook waist tether right side. And for EV2, your right waist tether small hook, please.
Okay, for EV1, red hook on my right E-ring extender. Closing hook is locked. And also my right waist tether on the right E-ring extender. It's closed and hook is locked. And EV1, the red hook is locked and the right small hook of the waist tether is locked. Small hook of the right waist tether is locked.
Copy, good config, thank you. And we just lost that in the handover, you probably called it.
NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and Megan McArthur continuing to monitor everything as depressurization continues. The crew lock is currently at 1.47 pounds per square inch of pressure. Once vacuum is reached, the suits will be turned to internal battery power, which will mark our official start time of today's spacewalk. You're looking at a view inside the crew lock as ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet and JAXA astronaut Hoshide prepare to step out the hatch momentarily.
Air molecules don't want to go out, actually. They want to stay inside. Yeah. It's cozy inside.
Closest to your screen is ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet, and behind him in the field of view you can see their foot there is JAXA astronaut Hoshide.
And Airlock Houston, just for your essay, it should take about just over 30 minutes to get to this point 5.
Copy, 30 minutes. Copy. Thanks for the heads up. Time, yeah. That's on number 3.
Pressure inside the crew lock currently at 1.2 pounds per square inch. Our spacewalking duo is working through some procedures for a modification of the depressurization procedure for future airlock capabilities. Monitoring inside the equipment lock is NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei on the left of your screen and NASA astronaut Megan McArthur on the right of your screen. Once these tests are complete, depressurization will resume once again. And again, once the pressure inside the crew lock reaches 0 pounds per square inch, that will be considered vacuum, and our spacewalkers will be given the go from the teams here in Mission Control to head out the hatch. The primary tasks for our spacewalkers today is to install a support bracket called a modification kit on the inward port side of the station's backbone truss structure in a position known as P4. This is closest to the station's pressurized living space. This kit will prepare the site for future installation and deployment of the third of 6 new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. The array will upgrade one of the station's 8 power channels, known as 4A. This channel provides partial power to the U.S. Lab, the Harmony module, and the Columbus module. The astronauts will install the modification kit to the mass canister at the base of the original solar array. Also on today's spacewalk, the crew will replace a device that measures the electrical charging potential of the arrays and associated surfaces in its vicinity, called a floating point measurement unit, on a separate section. Pressure inside the crew lock now at 1.05 pounds per square inch. The space station is currently flying 263 statute miles over Columbia. Now less than 1 pound per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock. Once vacuum is reached, the team will switch their spacesuits onto battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk will be the 244th in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It will also be the 12th spacewalk out of the space station this year and the 7th for Expedition 65. And this will be Aki Hoshide's 4th spacewalk of his career. His total spacewalking time totals 21 hours and 23 minutes. And this will be Thomas Pesquet's 6th spacewalk of his career, having amassed over 33 hours of spacewalking time. And this will be the first spacewalk conducted by 2 international crew members out of the Quest airlock.
Airlock and crew on 1, Houston. We're estimating about another 15 minutes, plus or minus a couple minutes, to get to point 5.
Copy that.
Airlock copies.
Houston from EV1. My DCAM display just went dark. Hey, Pittsburgh, Pesquet. Alvin Pesquet, Pesquet.
Spacewalk Officer Sandy Moore did narrate an overview of the spacewalk tasks that we can look forward to today. Let's take a look.
US EVA 77 will begin at the Quest airlock. JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, EV1, noted by the red stripes, will egress first and receive and hold the 8-foot mod kit strap bag. European astronaut Thomas Pesquet will egress second with the full white suit. take control of the large bag on his body restraint and tether, and head out to P4. He will pause momentarily to drop his fairly green hook just nadir of the flex hose rotary coupler, the FHRC, and then continue translation to P4. Back at the airlock, EV1 Aki Hoshide will retrieve his worksite interface extender, or WIFX, and follow Thomas out to P4. He will also pause to drop his fairly green hook just nadir of the FHRC. While Thomas is stowing the very large strut bag at P4, Aki will complete his translation out to the P4 beta gimbal assembly, where he will install and set up his WIFX. He will then translate over to P5 to retrieve a foot restraint on his body restraint tether. He will return back to P4 to set up his foot restraint and the whiff extender and optimize for position. Aki will then translate over to Thomas to begin assembling the ISS Rollout Solar Array mod kit upper triangle. Thomas and Aki will work as a team to build the triangular segment loosely, and then will tighten the structure by driving the bolts to torque. Aki will then translate over to and ingress the foot restraint. Thomas will hand off the upper triangle to Aki. Aki will lean back, soft dock the structure to the beta gimbal assembly, and drive 4 bolts. Once complete with the upper triangle, Aki will egress the foot restraint, bias it to the left-hand side, while Thomas prepares to hand off the left mid-strut for BRT stow. Aki will ingress the APFR and hold the lower strut, while Thomas repositions to the solar array blanket box, or SOB, bearing to install the left lower strut. Thomas will begin driving this bolt by hand 4 turns, while Aki aligns his end and drives his to the mounting bracket 2 turns. Thomas will finish his bolt by driving it with the pistol grip tool, followed by high torque with the EVA torque wrench. Once the bolt is deemed good, Aki will be given a go to drive his bolt to torque using the pistol grip tool. This will complete our minimum config for the mod kit. Thomas will translate on the beta gimbal assembly, and Aki will hand off his telescoping mid-strut for install. Thomas will work to soft dock the side pad to the BGA, while Aki holds his clevis bolt side in place. Thomas will start 4 bolts by hand, followed by the pistol grip tool. Aki will then drive his bolt to torque on the mounting bracket. Thomas will then gather tools and reset for the right-hand side by bringing tools back to the bag, while Aki egresses and repositions the foot restraint to bias it to the right side. Aki will ingress the foot restraints, and the crew will repeat the handoff. First the mid-strut for BRT stow, and then the long lower right strut. Thomas will then reposition to the right-hand side for the 4 alpha gimbal assembly, and the analogous install strategy will unfold. Thomas will position at the right side bearing for lower strut install, and then over onto the BGA for the mid-strut install. Thomas will translate on the mid-strut and drive 2 collar bolts to torque, rigidizing the telescoping mechanism on the right-hand side. Once complete, the crew will install the multi-layer insulation, and then Thomas will position to the left-hand side to repeat. Aki will egress the foot restraint and begin cleanup. He will retrieve and stow all the tools, fold the bag in thirds, and stow on his body restraint tether. The crew will meet up and hand off tools for the next task, the floating potential measurement unit, remove and replace. And in prep for that task, Thomas will translate and retrieve a foot restraint with X combo on his body restraint tether. Aki will be the first to head inboard. He will follow his tether back to the airlock, underneath the MT, and down the Cetus spur. At the airlock, the crew will open the thermal cover, stow the strut bag, and exchange it for the spare FPMU. Meanwhile, Thomas will head inboard with his foot restraint, pause momentarily at the FHRC, and then go zenith across the zenith handrail over to the P1 FPMU. Tamal will pause momentarily to put in an EVA electrical inhibit by pulling a NASA 0G lever electrical connector aft, and then install the foot restraint at the work site. He will work to position it to the desired position, and then ingress for prep for FPMU removal. Aki will translate back to face 1, going up the Cetus spur, under the MT, and then zenith at the FHRC, and meet Tama at the FPMU at P1. He will stow the spare in a location optimal for handoff. During this time, Tama will tether to the FPMU and begin driving bolts. 2 outer and then 1 center with the pistol grip tool. He'll stow that and then install a handling aid called a scoop for ease in removal of this unique orbital replacement unit, or ORU. Tamal will position the FPMU to allow Aki to stow the probes. Aki will slide a collar out of the way, depress a lever, and lower the probes into place. He will use a taped wire tie to keep them in the stowed location. For ease, the failed FPMU will be stowed on Tamal's body restraint tether. Aki will then retrieve the spare from the bag, tether and remove the wire tie, and deploy the probes. They will hand off and reinstall the spare into the stanchion, driving the center bolt followed by the 2 outer bolts. Once complete, the team will work to stow the failed unit into the ORU thermal bag and stow on Aki's body restraint tether. Aki will then follow his tether back to the airlock and stow the failed FPMU in the airlock. Tamal will work to clean up the worksite by egressing the foot restraint and plugging in the EVA electrical inhibit by moving the lever fully forward. He will retrieve his foot restraint on his body restraint tether. He will follow his tether back to the airlock. Under the MT, he will pause momentarily to stow the foot restraint and the starboard Cetus cart for an upcoming EVA, and then translate down the Cetus spur to the airlock for a successful completion of US EVA 77.
And those are the tasks you can look forward to during today's spacewalk. Pressure inside the crew lock now less than 1 pound per square inch. In the crew lock, ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet and JAXA astronaut and current space station commander Aki Hoshide continuing to work through a test for updated depressurization procedures for future airlock capabilities. Following this, and once pressure inside the crew lock has reached 0, Pesquet and Hoshide will switch their suits to battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. Once this is complete, they'll be given the go from teams on the ground to open the hatch and step out into the vacuum of space. Again, the primary tasks as illustrated in the animation you just watched include building the 4A bracket and installing it to the 4A struts. Because of their size, the struts are sent to space in pieces and require being assembled in orbit, much like how we build furniture here on Earth. Following the build installation of the 4A bracket, the crew will work to swap out the probe base and cable on the Floating Potential Measurement Unit, or FPMU. This tool measures potential across the space station. All continues to go smoothly for depressurization this morning. Pressure inside the crew lock now sitting at 0.65 pounds per square inch.
10 minutes left. We're showing about 0.66.
Okay, copy that. Copy. Not long at all.
You guys are doing great.
Staring at the needle, not moving at all. What are you saying, Aki? I'm staring at the needle, not moving at all. Like, it's, yeah. Like watching things dry, but the needle not moving. That needle's gonna be burned into your retina if you stare at it too much. Just wait. You'll see a needle everywhere. I'm learning to shoot guns by heart.
NASA astronauts Mark Vande Hei and Megan McArthur continuing to monitor depressurization from the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock.
Hey, on the plus side, guys, your met rates look really good.
Okay.
The International Space Station is currently flying 273 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean. The space station is zipping along at over 17,000 miles an hour. Due to this speed, the space station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, meaning our crew members see a sunset and a sunrise every 45 minutes. During today's spacewalk, you'll see several sunsets and sunrises. Now less than 0.6 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock.
Thomas from Houston, just for a data point, we're curious if the SUPI high message came on one time or if you're getting it repeatedly. And sorry, that's for Aki.
Just once.
Okay, good deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and Megan McArthur continuing to monitor depressurization. Pressure inside the crew lock now less than 0.6 pounds per square inch. Once vacuum is reached, our spacewalking duo will switch their suits to internal power.
Looking at
Okay, we see just a few more millimeters of mercury to go.
Okay, that's that.
And once those spacesuits are switched to internal battery power, that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. During today's spacewalk, European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet and JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide, will install a support bracket called a modification kit. This kit prepares the site for future installation and deployment of the third of 6 new International Space Station rollout arrays, or IROSAs. This installation will upgrade one of the station's 8 power channels, known as 4A. 4A provides partial power to the U.S. lab, the Harmony module, and the Columbus module. Also on today's spacewalk, the crew will replace a device that measures the electrical charging potential of the arrays and associated surfaces in the area, called a floating potential measurement unit. Inching closer to vacuum now, 0.55 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock. The crew lock began at a pressure of about 14.7 pounds per square inch. The suit is pressurized to approximately 4.3 pounds per square inch, which is similar to what you would experience at an elevation of roughly 30,000 feet here on Earth. Because of this, earlier this morning, the crew worked through their pre-breathe procedures in order to purge excess nitrogen from their blood. This is very similar to what divers do here on Earth to prevent getting the bends. The crew also worked through procedures earlier this morning to get the safers installed on our spacewalking duo. The safers, or simplified aid for EVA rescue, is essentially a space jetpack that the astronauts wear when they perform spacewalks. Safer is worn as a precautionary measure in the very unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. The safer would allow the crew member to safely propel them back to the space station if this were to occur.
An EV crew from Houston, we're showed about 0.54 on the pressure, and this time estimate is going to sound familiar, but it's about 5 to 10 more minutes. Thomas, we're curious if you are watching the pot, which might be why it's not boiling.
Oh, I stay awake. I'm failing. Power naps, micro power naps. Like, yeah, there you go. That's 10 minutes of power naps.
And those words from ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet to the ground. He's eager to head out the hatch this morning. We're inching closer to vacuum, now sitting at 0.53 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock. this view inside the crew lock. Closest to your screen, you can see the safer that we discussed earlier, essentially that space jetpack, installed on ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet's suit. Also in the screen, you can only see his foot right now, but that is JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide. And you're seeing Megan MacArthur get a drink tossed her way. Megan MacArthur and Mark Vanda High continuing to monitor depressurization.
And Aki, we show the crew lock pressure below 26 millimeters of mercury at this time, so you can take the EV hatch open and stow. And reminder to pause 1 second between unlatching and opening the EV hatch.
Okay, copy that. And I see 0.5 on the gauge as well. You concur?
Copy, good words.
Ground.
All right, I'm trying to stay out of your way. All right, thank you.
And ground copies all and concurs. And just a reminder that we do expect both suits to get the Suit P high message again as you open the hatch.
Copy that. Okay, so I'm taking the unlock position. Read the handle. Press unlock high, EV2. Copy that. Right, read it. Right, hatch is open. See that key?
Pressure inside the crew lock now at 0.16 pounds per square inch of pressure.
Stowed, you can take the EV hatch MPEV to closed.
Okay, copy that. Step back.
JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide is now working to get the hatch open. The hatch is open, and shortly Hoshide and Pesquet will work to open the thermal cover and make their way outside the space station.
It's stowed. Let's just open
Good work, Aki. You can take the EV hatch MPEV to closed.
Copy, see that. The hatch MPEP is in the closed position.
Hey, good work, Aki and Thomas. It was a privilege being your pit crew this morning. Go do awesome work. Remember, we have ice cream for you when you get that, and I'll hand you over to Houston.
Call Megan, Mark, and Shane. Thanks a lot for the help. We'll see you in a couple of hours.
We'll see you.
Good morning, Aki and Thomas. Wadi here with you and excited to get you guys out the door today. So we'll continue with post-depress. On your DCM, switch power to bat, stagger your switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
Hey, good morning, Wadi. EV1. Now expect.
And you just heard words from our ground IV, Jessica Watkins, to the crew this morning. She'll be walking them through procedures as they complete today's spacewalk.
To verify functional display.
V1 became functional. V2 the same.
Copy. On the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 switches to off OFF.
EV1 off. See 0 volts, and the LED goes off. Power EV2 off. I see 0 volts, and the LED is off.
You copy, and verify that was 4.
And with the spacesuits now on internal battery power, today's spacewalk has officially begun. At 7:15 Central Time, the 244th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades is underway.
Install the DCM cover and stow the SCU in pouch.
Copy, it works.
Hoshide and Pesquet will now work to open the thermal cover and make their way outside the space station hatch to begin their work for the day.
So, where's that cover? Set your knee back here. Right at your knees and let me try to give it to you. Underneath your 6 tether. It is beneath my 10 tether. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll pass it back to you again. There you go. It? No. You can see it, but right there to your right. Where's that? There's.
Once the thermal hatch cover is open, first out of the hatch will be EV1, which is Aki Hoshide. He'll be wearing the suit with red stripes this morning. Following him will be EV2, Thomas Pesquet, and he's wearing the suit with no stripes. Another way to keep track of the crew members today will be by their helmet cameras. Hoshide will be wearing helmet camera number 2, and Pesquet will be wearing helmet cam number 20. We'll see views from those helmet cams shortly.
Copy, EV1.
One correction, Hoshide will be wearing helmet cam number 22.
All right, copy. Tonight you can check the depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
It's closed.
On your DCM, take your temp control valve to max hot.
Okay, you're in system work. You choose the max hot.
Switch water on, ON.
Standby, Lobby. EV1, hot and water is on, ON. EV2, water is on.
Copy. Check DCM is blank and the bite is off.
Bite is off for EV1. EV2, DCM blank, bite off.
Copy. Set temp control valve as desired and report the suit P gauge.
EV2, water is 5, suit P is 4.2. EV1, water is 4, suit gauge 4.2.
Pesquet and Hoshide continue to step through procedures ahead of opening the thermal hatch cover.
And we will verify your suit parameters.
Copy, visor up. Right now the sun is still out, but it's going to be nice, I guess. You're going to check the parameters, right? Yeah, that's
Affirm.
Yeah.
We are going to go ahead and
just verifying that.
We will go ahead with your suit parameters, and you have a go to open the thermal cover.
Okay, copy.
And Aki, just a reminder to release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring, attach it to the stowage tether point on the stiffener, and cinch the strap until snug.
Do that. Hook is released. Stowage. And
as you can see here, work is underway to open up the thermal hatch cover.
and snug. So the car is coming open. Before you go,
copy.
Your cover is behind on your right.
And we are ready for egress.
Prevent you from egressing. Oh, there you go. Right. Yeah, copy.
Now egressing the airlock is Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Akihiko Hoshide.
Pit pin is engaged.
You'll be able to tell it's him throughout today's spacewalk by those red stripes on his spacesuit.
Copy that, Aki. You can attach your anchor hook to the aft D-ring and Tomas to the forward D-ring.
Okay, E1 anchor hook is attached to the aft D-ring. His phone hook is locked. And going for Tomas.
Copy EV1 anchor.
Alright. The two anchor hook is on the forward. The ring is close hook is blocked.
Copy EV2. That's a good config for both of you. You can turn on your Heka, and Toma, you can transfer the strut bag down to Aki.
Okay, so Toma, get in position.
Floating in the airlock, you can see the strut bag. That is a specially designed bag that is carrying the pieces for the modification kit that will be built today.
EV1, and I see a green light. Okay, Thomas, I am in position. So the camera, ISS Express camera, is on the forward side. Okay. Hey. I think you're ready for the guide? Yeah, and then on the aft side. We on the aft side. Yeah, bring it down. I think you're very muffled. I have a hard time hearing. Okay. Understanding what you're saying. Yeah, I'll check this. Louder. Alright. Guide. I can hold it while you put a rat on it, okay. And then stand by for a rat.
European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet working to hand the strut bag over to JAXA or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Hoshide. That strut bag carries the parts that will be used to assemble the modification kit this morning.
Yeah. Okay, ready, you can let go. Straight back to the airlock. You have a right on it. And here comes the bag, Aki. If you have a hand on it, you can tell me when you're in control and I'll let go. Okay, I have control. Okay, go back now. I'm back. I'm going to stay on the aft side. Okay. What do you with that? I think I can disconnect my waste tether from the airlock during extender if you concur. Yes, you have a go for that.
And we concur as well.
Right.
And Aki, while you're waiting for Thomas to egress, we noticed it looks like there's something potentially floating out of the strut bag towards the center of the bag opening, just for your awareness.
It's the hammer. Okay, thank you. It's the hammer, Aki. It's the hammer? Yeah, the hammer. Aki, I'm coming out. I see the bag right underneath. Yeah. Okay, get out of your way, and I do see the hammer.
We copy the hammer.
You're now seeing ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet float outside of the hatch.
Come on. Hey.
He's designated EV2 and will be wearing the spacesuit with no stripes today.
Before you take the strut bag back from Aki, you can turn on your HECA and then receive the strut bag and stow on your BRT.
Okay, I see the HECA on.
And you just heard words from the ground talking about storing the strut bag on the BRT. That's the body restraint tether, and you'll hear that acronym throughout today.
Side towards your feet, right? Correct.
Good words.
There's the handle towards you. Good. The hammer's coming in and out of that mountain carpet. Okay, I'll put my red on it. Okay. Red on it. Okay. Not too big. Okay. You can let go of your red. Yeah, I'm going to let go of my red now. Everybody is removed. Okay. Staff control.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites, but will regain communication and visuals shortly. The crew is currently working on closing up the hatch thermal cover. Once that cover is closed, they'll perform some buddy checks to ensure everything is looking good before they make their way to their respective work site.
What's all are you a little bit lower? How that look? Back in the middle, you know? That probably looks okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. On the front now, put that behind me. Yeah, okay. And lock the rotation after that.
And Aki and Thomas back with you from the handover. Were you able to get the strut bag stowed and the hammer tucked away?
The hammer's inside. There's an opening of the mounting bracket right as where the hammer is, so it's kind of coming in and out of that opening. Okay, and the bag is, I might be okay as rigid as I could on my side. Where's the camera? And the thermal cover is not that thick yet, between the live hierarchy is called.
Hey, we copy all, and just note as you're translating that the hammer coming in and out could represent a snag hazard. So just be aware of that while you're translating.
Copy. And before we depart, I think we'll get one more try so that I can probably tuck it in and then we'll see. Yeah. All right. So ready for buzz yet? Do you want me to change the wire hierarchy?
Copy, and yes, you can go ahead and close the thermal cover and use the long wire tie on handrail 0554 using the free end of the wire tie around the thermal cover soft goods handle.
Okay, that's going to be, I don't think you want to trust it, right? Just want to move free so that I can keep kicking my bag a little bit, okay? My bag now, you call that.
Following thermal hatch cover, the duo will head to the work site for the day and perform some work site prep before beginning work to build the bracket. As we mentioned earlier, the bracket is sent up in pieces and then built in space. Following the build, they'll attach the bracket to the center pad to the mass canister and then install the newly built pieces to 4A.
It does have gas on that thermal cover. About, I don't know, 4 inches. Unacceptable.
And no twist required on the wire tie, just a secondary closure in addition to the magnet.
Okay. So we do still have a gap about 3-4 inches. Yeah. That's the thermal cover. If you're good.
Checking.
Sorry, we could pass it QIQ instead of around this handrail. Let me do that real quick.
Aki, can you...
First, right? But I keep feet going here instead of around the handrail. Want to do that?
Aki, can you repeat again the size of the gap?
Well, I would say 3 to 4 inches. But that will get there.
And Aki, anything less than 5 inches is acceptable.
Oh, okay. You just want to loosely of it. Yeah.
Okay, we copy. And with that, we are ready for...
That's right. Yep. 2 inches. Okay.
We're ready for buddy checks when you are.
All right. Okay, so let's see. Tamar has 2 green lights on his helmet. And 1 up, 2, 3 tabs up. Keep paper handle down 1. Could you rotate to let that key down. Otherwise, the enter exposed right is locked. It's good. So, and the sticky feathers around your right arm. Watch out. The yellow hook is gets close right lock on the green wheel. And red hook is on Thomas' right. During extender gates closed, hooks locked.
Hoshide and Pesquet now performing buddy checks to make sure everything looks good on their suit, equipment, safer, and all of their tethers are in a good configuration before they head to the work site.
On his left, during extender, small hook on the waist, better hooks, gates closed, hooks locked. You're in a good config. Just watch out for that safety tether behind your own. Yep. And actually I see two green LEDs, the HECA and the TV. You don't have your spotlights on, only the regular lights. That's how you want them? Yeah, for now. Okay. And then I see you get 3 tabs up. You get one handle down on your right, one handle down on your left. You're not carrying anything for now. Your anchor goes to the aft. Gearing on the airlock is closed and locked. The rest hasn't changed. I'll give it for completeness. Your green wheel is unlocked. It has a yellow hook that is locked black on black that goes to your red wheel. Red wheel is unlocked. The green small hook from your green wheel goes to your red wheel. It is unlocked. And then your red hook goes to your right steering extender and it is locked. That's it. Got the waist tether. There's the waist tether. Okay, Houston, you're copy?
We copy all. Those are good buddy checks for both of you. And we'll just take a baseline HAP check.
What's the bad exit? Okay, HAP is right, UV1. HAP, right, UV2.
Copy all. With that,
You can go off.
copy. With that, Thomas, you can head out first. You're translating port to Bay 12, headed nadir of the FHRC.
Port to Bay 12. Hey, see you in a bit, buddy. Okay.
Good words. Aki, you can translate to the airlock with 11, where you'll be retrieving the WIF-X and stowing it on your BRT.
Copy that.
And with good buddy checks complete, the crew will now head to their respective work site.
It's like I'm two of me, just not one. Yeah.
Pesquet is going to head to the work site first, and Aki is going to meet him there shortly after picking up some equipment.
To translate slowly with the strut bag and avoid contact with the tusk cable.
That's very timely. And copy. All right.
The last caution for the two of you is to avoid contact with the radiators and flex hoses.
Copy.
Throughout our spacewalk coverage today, we'll be answering your questions live. If you have a question for us, you can submit it using the hashtag AskNASA.
body. The roof extender is on the DRT with a wrench, and gates are closed, paddles are out.
Copy all, Aki. You can follow Thomas, translating port out to Bay 12.
This view of Thomas Pesquet as he translates to the work site, you can see that strut bag attached to his body restraint tether.
I'm going to make my way forward.
Copy, Thomas.
Slow and steady. Okay.
Absolutely.
Following me. So my switch tether is in your back, Aki. Okay. Right now. All right. So let me go down. Yeah. So I think it's caught on the reef extender. Okay. Left. Thanks. I'll just stay here for the moment. Okay. Yeah, I think you're free. You're free now. Free? Okay. Yeah. I'll wait until you go a little further, and then I'll come back up. If you keep your hand on it, it'll be great. Yeah, I see stay together now.
This view from Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam as he makes his way to the work site.
And we copy. Great teamwork.
You can see Thomas Pesquet using his hands quite frequently. That's because during a spacewalk, while it's called a spacewalk, the crew members really don't walk. They utilize their hands to move and translate.
Just not anything. Okay.
Copy.
Eyes on you to EV1 on two stores.
Copy, EV1.
There you go. Nice view on the Venus Dragon. Yeah? Yeah. Hey there. 3 shots looking if you're asking me. Okay. Okay, I'm under the NT.
Copy.
The crew commenting that they have a nice view of the Dragon vehicle, which they both arrived at, the Crew Dragon Endeavour. They both arrived on that vehicle in April. European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet continuing to make his way to the work site. Meanwhile, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Akihiko Hoshide is picking up some equipment and will soon meet Thomas at the work site. One of the pieces of equipment that Hoshide will be picking up is the APFR, which stands for the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. He'll utilize that today in order to restrain their feet at the respective work site to get in a good position to install the mounting bracket.
Aki and Thomas.
All right, secret code number 2, cleared. Copy. I keep going. Go ahead.
You copy, Thomas, and
Go ahead, buddy.
heads up that the arm will be in motion soon.
Copy.
Thomas, you're looking for handrail 3652. It'll be a horizontal handrail.
Copy, yes, you're not quite there yet.
Affirm.
Going slow. That. You got EV3 on you. I didn't copy that, Keith. Got EV3 on you, so get this on. Absolutely.
Now, just a little over 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones so far. At 7:15 a.m. Central Time, Hoshide and Pesquet turn their suits on to battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk.
Copy.
Since then, they've egressed the airlock and are now making their way to the work site.
3652.
Good words.
Look, is on 3652, locked, black on black.
Copy, Thomas. You can continue translating out to the 4 Alpha IEA and stay on the non-radiator side.
All right, Keith. Yep. I keep my sense together clean, but I count on you to fix it or something. Get caught behind me. Okay, absolutely. And some of the hammer is still coming in and out. Okay, right now it's being dead. I'm being tested, yeah.
And Aki, you are looking for handrail 3651, which will just be just nadir of Thomas' green hook.
Okay, copy that.
Pesquet continuing to translate to 4A, which will be the work site for the first task this morning. Once there, he's going to stow the strap bag, which he currently has stored on his BRT, or body restraint tether.
3651.
This will ensure that both Pesquet and Hoshide will have access to the contents inside in order to begin the build.
Well, these green hook is on 3651, green hook extension.
Copy, Aki. You can follow Thomas out to the 4 Alpha IEA, and then you'll be translating over to the radiator side.
See that?
reminder to both of you to verify that your gauntlets are in place prior to crossing the Sarge.
Copy. AV2, gauntlets are in place. AV1, gauntlets are in place.
Copy all.
And EV2 is at the Sarge.
Copy, Thomas.
Crossing. Good, Thomas. Okay. At the P4A, non-radiator side, still going forward.
Copy. And Thomas, you're looking for handrails 5106 or 5107 for the to stow the strut bag.
Okay, I'm at 5106 and 5107, and I'll be working on the strut bag.
Copy. You can use the integral tethers to stow it, and just a reminder that you want the bag handrail toward the radiator, the tape on the handrail towards the mass canister, and to bias the whole bag toward the outboard A-frame.
Copy. Body, I'm on P4.
Copy. You're headed to WIF 26, and you'll be installing the WIF-X in a...
WIF 26.
And you're looking for a clocking of 6.
Copy. Okay. Release my BRT from the bag, or rather, the bag from my BRT. And working on the temp still. See you, Aki, on the other side. Yep. Good.
This view from ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam as he works to stow the strut bag that was previously on his BRT or body restraint tether.
Body IC with 26. That's a big bag. Yeah. It is.
The strut bag was specifically created to allow the crew to work on each piece individually while keeping the others secured in the bag. As a reminder, the primary tasks for today's spacewalk include building the 4A bracket and installing it to the 4A struts. Because of their size, the struts are sent to space in pieces and require being assembled in orbit, very similar to how we build furniture here on Earth.
On the portmost extension of 5107. I'll do that. I'll release my rod from the bag.
Copy that, Thomas. And you can go ahead and open the 4 lid straps and should open away from you.
No negative. I just have 180. Need another one.
Copy.
What was the other setting? 6 Golf?
Affirm 6 Gulf 5 on the WIFX.
That's the 6 Golf 5.
And we're coming up on a day pass.
That's it.
The space station currently flying 264 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean, approaching a day pass.
Okay, second AT is on 5105.
Copy 5105. You can go ahead and open the 4 lid strap.
The hammer is actually, it's through the mounting bracket in that hole. Yeah. That's why it comes out. Alright. The lid is away from me. Bring the bag.
Yeah, we copy all.
The lift extender is installed on lift 26 with a quantum of 6 and Gulf, black on black, good, toll, and twist test.
Copy all, Aki. That's a good install on the WIFX. You can head out to P5 WIF 13. Let me know if you need words on the translation path.
I think I know where it is.
And Aki, 1 go back. Can you verify the extension on the WIFX is 5?
Negative. I'm working on that right now.
JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide now heading to grab the APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint. He'll use that to restrain his feet in order to get a good grip to build the bracket.
A warning for you, Aki, the 2 Alpha BGA is rotating. Keep 2 feet away from the BGA and mass canister ORUs.
Watch out. All right, the bag is open. I'm on your left side now. Okay. I'll take my position on 5107. It's probably good enough for me to be at. You can be on 5106 when you come back. Copy that.
We copy, Thomas. I'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
All right, gauntlets are in place. Hat is dry. And gloves are good. I have a black smudge on the pinky, but it's nothing bad. It's just a translation. Other than that, they're pretty much baseline.
Copy all, Thomas. With that, you can go ahead and start on the upper triangle build. So we'll have you retrieve the mounting bracket and the right upper strut from the strut bag under straps 1 and 2.
While Hoshide is grabbing the APFR, Pesquet is now getting a head start, getting into the strut bag and beginning to build and assemble the pieces inside.
And the ingress aid that's on left here.
Copy, Aki. Once you've got that on your BRT, you can retrace your translation path back to the WIFX.
Okay, copy that.
And Hoshide does now have the APFR.
And there's my right upper strut.
Copy.
Right here. Right upper strut. Body is struts 1 and 2 in blue. And it comes with the center pad, correct?
Affirm.
Alright, I'm retrieving that from the bag. The right upper strut and the middle bracket, and we can start construction work.
Copy. All right, you can install the right upper strut to the mounting bracket on the right side by sliding the strut tab under the mounting bracket guide.
Copy. And that's L7.
Affirm, L7.
Right side.
European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet now working to build the triangle. The first part of that will be building the upper bracket. In order to do so, he will assemble the right upper strut to the mounting bracket.
L7 to L6.
Copy. And I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Stand by. No, I'm not ready yet. We're working on the geometry here.
Copy.
Okay, Waddy, I got the APFR on my BRT with a red and listening back to the with extender. Okay.
Copy all. And you'll be installing that with the clocking of 12.
Clocking up 12, copy. Thank you, Rachel. I'm right here. I'm trying not to, you want to translate through? Yeah, can I, yes, that's fine. Do that? Thank you. No space jousting, you said. Not today. Not today. Alright, thanks so much. You're clear. I see the APFR behind you. Watch the mass canister. Copy above the APFR. Alright. Okay. At the right strut, to the right side of the mounting bracket, and I'm going to go ahead and start those bolts by hand, if that's okay.
Sure thing. We're looking for 4 turns on M13 and M14.
Okay. This is fun. That right. turn. Turns. Returns. 4 turns on M13.
Copy, 4 turns on M13.
ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet has hand-started a couple of bolts. Next up, he'll use the PGT, or pistol grip tool, that will be the main tool used today, to install the bracket on the 4A mass canister.
1-4.
Copy, 4 turns on M14.
That's right.
And Thomas, before we move on to the next part of the triangle, I'll have you check that your HECA green light is on.
It is a no. I don't see the green light. I'll go ahead and switch it on again for you. Now it's on.
Okay, we copy the power cycle. Great, Thomas. You can go ahead and retrieve the left upper strut from the strut bag. It should be under straps 3 and 4.
Left upper strut from the strut bag.
Thomas Pesquet making good progress constructing the triangle that will make up the top portion. All the other pieces are safely secured in the specially designed bag, the strut bag.
While the APFR is on the WFX, 12, lock on block, good pull and twist test.
Copy. That's a good install on the APFR. The rest of the settings will be Tango, Tango, Foxtrot 12.
Tango, Tango, Fox 12, copy that. And by, okay, it was a good twist test, but looks like it's moving. It'll be, it's good. You said Papa, Tango 12, right?
Tango, Tango, Fox 12.
Tango, Fox 12. Thank you. Almost.
Good words.
Upper strut.
Great, Thomas. You'll be installing the left upper strut to the center pad at L2.
Copy.
And Thomas, I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
I'll just go by heavy, that's fine with you. Oh, no, you mean for the center pad after go PGT?
Hey, firm, we're going to be driving M17 to torque.
Copy. So stand by, just a second, wait.
Copy.
More than just 1 second, but get in position. Waddy, for the pitch setting, I can push on that lock button or lock dial doesn't move. Pitch you have to push on both sides. The reflex? No, it's there far. Yeah, it's the key. You have to push and turn, right? Yeah, push and turn really hard. Anything to say?
Yeah, Aki, it's a known issue that
We're currently in a brief expected handover between satellites, but we'll regain communication and visuals shortly. As a reminder, we are taking your questions on social media and we'll be answering them live on air. You can use the hashtag AskNASA to send those our way. We have gotten a great question from Jessica on Twitter who asks, does the space station orbit the Earth at a fast pace or at a slow pace, and can the astronauts feel the space station moving? The astronaut orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. It's traveling at a rate of 17,500 miles per hour, or about 5 miles every second. Because it orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, the astronauts on board see a sunrise and sunset about every 45 minutes. As far as if the crew members can feel the space station moving, I don't believe that they can, but I can't speak from experience. I've never been to space.
Did you get the pitch knob to pop out?
No, not yet. So I did manage to unlock it. It was stiff, like someone said. It just needed another oomph. I did get it to tango, but it's not fully locked. It's in the lock orientation, but not quite there yet. Last like 10 degrees, it's just I don't know, a lot of resistance.
Copy, Aki.
I gave 4 turns by hand on that bolt, because otherwise it doesn't stay in place. It makes it difficult for me to control the whole thing and my PGT at the same time. So now at least it's staying with 5 turns, and I'm going to go ahead and pull my PGT for your setting. Just letting you know.
Okay, we copy 4 turns, Thomas, and your PGT settings for the rest of the turns will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Good words, and we'll be looking for a minimum of 2.5 additional turns.
Okay, clockwise, Bravo 1.
ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet continuing to use the PGT or pistol grip tool to secure bolts as he assembles the upper bracket build.
Locked yet. Is there anything, any words on that?
Copy, Aki. If you can give it a good wiggle test, and if you feel comfortable, we are comfortable as well.
Okay, at the end I did manage to unlock it, lock it. The dial is out, popped up.
Excellent news. Great work, Aki.
Well, you have 2.5 turns for now on the bolt.
Copy.
And it doesn't fall from torque, still free spinning.
Copy 2.5 turns on M17, Thomas. Can we get torque and black line flush and green light?
Yeah, so not at all is what I'm saying. There's still a ways to go.
Copy.
You want more turns?
Aki, before... Go ahead.
No, Kamal is talking to you.
Go ahead.
Kamal was talking to you.
Say again, Thomas.
So okay, 2.5 turns and way far from what we need. Do you want more turns, or do you want me to stand by?
We'd like for you to drive to torque.
Okay. Bobby, go ahead.
All right, Aki,
Okay.
We'd like for you to check both of your green lights to see whether they are on.
Stand by, Aki. For the torque, I got 11.9 for 12, 11.9 torque for 12.0 program. I have a green light, and I have 5.47 turns. And 2 torque. The black line flush.
Copy 11.9 and 5.7 additional turns on M17.
Bobby, for the green lights, both green lights are on, OM. In here. I need to cycle it.
Copy that, Aki. Stand by 1. Aki, A-firm, please power cycle your lights.
Both cameras.
And Thomas, stand by. We're just checking that's a good bolt.
Okay, and I keep asking if power cycles both cameras or just the Heka?
Both lights, please, Aki.
Okay, both cameras, right? And both cameras have power cycles.
Thanks, Aki.
Sorry to walk, great. Oh, I'm standing by for the next set of bolts. Okay.
Great. Thomas, that is a good bolt on M17, so you have a go to release the ret from the right upper strut.
Okay. The ret from the right upper strut, which is the one I installed. The right or the left upper strut?
The right upper strut.
The right upper strut is the one I installed first, the one that only has 4 turns on each bolt, correct?
A-firm.
All right. Yes, I'm releasing the ret on the right upper strut.
Good work.
Correct.
Aki, you can inspect the right and left Saab spherical bearings on the mass canister platform and report any off-nominal damage or alignment.
Okay, sorry, I forgot about that. I'm already halfway to Ma. Is it okay to go Ma, or do you want me to go back? I'll do it back here when I get there.
No problem, Aki. No need to go back.
Okay. Sorry about that. I have myself. Buddy, do you want the left upper strut to the mounting bracket?
That's correct. Before we start installing that, we will have you install the center pad MLI and the pit pin.
We're a little over an hour into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones that have happened so far. The spacewalk today began at 7:15 a.m. Central Time when the suits were switched on to internal battery power. Pesquet and Hoshide have made their way to the work site and are working on building the upper triangle. Once that portion is built, they'll begin to install it on the mass canister.
BRG 5106. Large myself.
Copy. And Aki, when you arrive, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
A hat is dry. Gauntlet is down. On my left glove, middle finger, there's a little bit of black smudge on my right, on my palm, index, thumb, and ring finger, there's a little bit of black smudge.
Copy all, Aki.
And you just heard JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide complete a glove, hat, and gauntlet check. Throughout the course of spacewalks, the gloves are checked out to see if there has been any damage to them. The HAP is also checked, which is the helmet absorption pad. This is worn inside the helmet to absorb any liquid should it escape.
Or it doesn't matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, either order.
Right. That'll help. I think if you can grab that mounting bracket and make it behave a little bit. Okay. Because the red is pulling it to my left, which is not what I like the most. Okay. That's the mounting bracket. All right. Okay. I'm going to go with the pin first. Okay.
Everything's still proceeding smoothly today. The crew is on the timeline for today's spacewalk and is working to build the upper triangle.
Best I can.
Copy. And Aki, I have PGT settings for you if you would like to help with driving bolts.
Okay, what's the next one? The left to the mount bracket?
Yep, we'll be installing the left upper strut to the mounting bracket left side.
Okay. Okay. On the other side right now. MLI is in place, and the pit pin as well.
Okay, copy MLI and pit pin, and up to you on how you two want to work together to get the left upper strut installed in the mounting bracket left side.
Gotta get the best way. Turn starting. Yeah. You want me to hold it? That you can hold it, and let's get it closer. I need to see first how the bolt goes. All right. Got it. Nope. Hold on. Okay. Got it. There it goes. I hold the mountain bracket steady. Yeah, that helps. Yeah, good. Yeah, that's the only thing is I can't get close. Yeah, no, that's fine. If you hold the mountain bracket, then it should be good. Yeah. All right, I have 2 turns on M15. I'm going to go for 4.
Good work.
4, 93. All right, that's 4 turns on M15. Thank you, Aki. And same for the tang is underneath. Yep, good.
Okay, we copy 4 turns on M15. Next, we'll be driving M16 to torque. The settings will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2. My buddy. Yeah.
Good words. We're looking for approximately 24 turns.
Stand by. Stand by when I give it turns by hand, because otherwise it's not staying in place. Now I'm grabbing my PGT. There's 3 turns by hand on that bolt, and I'm going to Bravo 3, clockwise 2, is that correct?
Affirm, good words.
I think that's correct. Bravo.
European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet continuing to use the pistol grip tool to secure bolts on the left upper strut to secure it to the mounting bracket.
All right. Starting. Okay. Team. All right, 19 turns on top of the 3 that I gave by hand. I have 18.8 actual torque, green light, and 19.7 turn actually, exactly.
We copy an additional 19.7 turns, 18.8 on the torque, and can you verify black line is flush?
Black line is flush.
And Aki, just stand by 1, double checking that that's a good.
The only thing left is the right to the mid strut, torquing it down. I think I have to do this bolt first, yeah, and then, yeah, like you said. Okay.
Yeah, good words, and that's a good bolt on M16, so we can move on to M15, driving that to torque, expecting 20 additional turns. Same settings.
So I have Bravo 3, clockwise to 18.4 program. I'm going for 20 turns on M15. Can you yell it a little bit away from the other direction? Yeah.
Good work.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Let's move. Driving.
Pesquet now working to secure the second bolt while he assembles the left upper strut.
Alright, torqued out. I have a good green light, 18.4 actual. 18.5 turns and green light, black line flush on the bolt.
Copy 18.5 additional turns, 18.4 torque.
Right. Tomorrow, since you have the PGT, you can just leave it out. Yeah, hold on, just...
And checking on that bolt. And that's a good bolt for M15. Before we move on, Thomas, can you please check that your WVS green light is on?
Correct, it is on.
Copy, then can we get 2 button presses, please?
So the HECA and the WVS. Just the WVS?
Two button presses just on the WVS.
Okay, you mean off and on. Power cycle.
Affirm, power cycle.
Off and on a WVS.
Copy, thanks. And you can go ahead and release the ret from the left upper strut now. and install the mounting bracket MLI.
Copy. From your side, I can check out all there for you. Okay, check out the red. Yep. Next to that. Very good. And the MRI. The bottom. Yeah. Make it look good. It's going to have your name on it. Yeah, because whoever comes next is going to say, Akihiko. It's the official bad word. Bad capture. It's over the bolts. Well, it just goes over, right? Yeah. Look at this way.
Next up, ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet will work on building the right upper strut.
2 bolts to torque.
Once that is secured to the mounting bracket, the upper triangle will be considered complete.
And on the other side, 1 bolt to torque. The right upper strut. So yeah, we're good. We're busy, right? Okay.
He'll then hand it to JAXA astronaut Hoshide, who will be in the APFR, and then the next portion of the build will begin.
And the left upper get released as well?
Yes. We did report that.
Great.
So that is released.
Copy all.
From the left.
Then, Aki, you can translate back to the APFR, and don't forget to place your adjustable fair lead on 5151. And then go ahead and ingress.
Do you want the right bolts torqued down to the mounting bracket?
Stay firm. We'll have Thomas finish up with that torquing down, unless you'd like to continue doing it together.
I think that's fine, Aki. Okay. You got it. Yeah, because the most difficult part is to get them to start. Yeah. But then once they're started, it's not going anywhere. Okay. So, not a problem. All right. All right. Do your thing, Aki. Oh, wait, just throw it to me. You're done. Okay.
All right. Thomas, your PGT settings will be Bravo 3 clockwise 2. And we'll be torquing the right upper strut to the mounting bracket.
Copy Bravo 3 clockwise 2, and I'm going for 20. Yeah, there were 20 turn on M14 and M13.
Good words.
18.4 program, driving M14-14.
Copy. Aki, a caution for you to avoid the battery and adapter plate cables on the IEA.
Yeah. What is some numbers for you? I got black line flush, good green light, 18.5 actual torque, and 18.33 turns on the PG. M14.
Copy. 18.3 turns and 18.5 torque. That's a good bolt on M13. You can move on to M14. You can move on to M13.
And on the left of your screen, you can see JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide making his way to the APFR.
Aki, prior to ingressing the APFR, we'll have you inspect the spherical bearings.
Okay. I'll do that. Let me throw that adjustable fair lead. I'll work on the inspection. Aki, you're having your second waist feathers kind of behind you. Second waist feathers behind you.
Copy. We'll see you on the other side of the handover.
my left, right? I think it's, I just saw.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites, but will regain communications shortly. Pesquet is continuing to assemble the upper triangle. Once he's finished assembling that portion, the upper triangle, which is the upper part of the mod kit, he'll hand it over to Hoshide, who will be inside the portable foot restraint. He's currently making his way to the APFR as we speak.
Back with you.
Awesome. Welcome back. So got the good flush both, sorry. Macaroni flush, green light, 18.2 actual torque and 18.75 on M1313.
And we copy 18.75 turns, 18.2 torque. That's a good bolt on M13. You can go ahead and verify that the center pad MLI and pit pin are installed.
Another center pad MLI and pit pin are installed.
Excellent. That's a good build of the upper triangle. You can move the long PGT from the strut bag to the right upper strut on the handrail stanchion nearest the center pad.
Copy. Moving the long PGT from the strut bag to... Sorry, can you say again where it's going?
No problem. You're going to move the long PGT from the strut bag to the right upper strut handrail and onto the stanchion nearest the center pad.
Right upper strut, stanchion near the center pad. Copy.
Good words. And you can use the bag ret and adjustable to do that.
Buddy, got a square lead on handrail 5151 with an adjustable, and looking at the bearings, both the right and the left, it's nominal. It's aligned. As far as I can tell, the thread looks nominal too.
All right, you copy the fair lead and nominal saw bearings. You have a go to ingress the APFR.
Yeah, that should work. That triangle has a life of its own, I think. You have to tell them to behave. Some triangle education right here. Trying.
This view of ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet as he works to hand off the triangle he just built to JAXA astronaut Akihiko. I
have a few cautions for you. No sudden movements on mass canister or mod kit. Max lateral load on the BGA is 40 pounds. Avoid cyclic loading and do not impart forces into mod kit struts when not fully installed.
Yo. Copy. Anyway, I'm going to ask you one more time. That goes to the right upper strut and the stanchion closest to the mounting bracket.
It will be the stanchion nearest the center pad. A-firm, good words.
Near the center pad. Okay, so away from the mounting bracket.
A-firm.
The AT from the long PGT that extension, and I'm going to reuse the red from the bag, and it's going to go to the same handrail.
Copy that, Thomas.
Once Hoshide receives the upper triangle, he'll work alongside Pesquet to install it to the mass canister. In this graphic here, you can see the triangle portion. That part with the purple parts on it was the part that was just built by Pesquet. Next up, they'll work to install that to the center pad.
And Thomas, you're going to be transferring the upper triangle to Aki once he gets ingress. But in the meantime, you can verify that all MLI and grounding pit pins on the upper triangle are installed.
A good view here of Thomas Pesquet's helmet camera. You can really see that upper triangle that he just built.
Is installed. This one was installed. Oh, this one reinstalled, okay. MLI from the left upper strut to the center pad is installed with a pit pin, and then MLI from the right upper strut to the center pad is installed, as well as the pit pin, and I see MLI from the right upper strut to the mounting bracket.
Copy all. It's a good config.
I check the ball. That's better. My feet, hello.
This view from Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam as he utilizes the camera on his suit to take some photos of the work site.
The thing is, the triangle wants to get to you, Aki. Good.
You can see the remaining pieces inside the strut bag. Those will be used shortly to secure the upper triangle to the mass canister.
Excellent. Great work, Aki. And when you're ready, Thomas, you can transfer the upper triangle with the PGT to Aki, and you can leave it on the bag ret.
Aki. I see it. Here it comes. Hey. I see it. Hey, I have control. You have control. I have control. And watch out, because the ret is pulling on it, huh? Right. All right. Right. Okay. Aki has a triangle.
Copy. Aki, you'll be installing the center pad to the mass canister with the arrow pointing up.
Not yet. Right. Left in first, right? And then, okay, right.
A-firm, left side first, then pivot right side to engage the sock dot.
And in this view, you can see JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, who now has the upper triangle that was built earlier today by ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet.
Short PGT from your swing arm on handrail 5153 on the A-frame.
Short PGT from my swing arm, 153.
Good words.
Right body soft wrap is complete.
Copy, looks great. Have you start bolts M5 through M8, just 2 turns, either by hand or I have PGT settings for you.
I have the PGT, so let's do with a PGT.
Copy, yeah. And on the long PGT, it'll be Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
In the cow, with LED test, the battery is 41.47 volts.
Copy, good count.
It says Alpha 2 clockwise 2.
Good words. And 2 turns, any bolts in any order.
Yeah. Copy that. Alpha 2 clockwise 2 is set. My string arm breath comes together with the PGT, I'm assuming.
A-firm, Thomas, it would take the RET and the adjustable with the PGT.
Okay, so the adjustable on the PGT, I'll move my lights from the swing arm to the handrail from 153, or the PGTs as well for now.
Good words.
Hoshide now using the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to install the upper triangle to the center pad of the mass canister.
Copy, Thomas.
Body, 2 turns each on M5, 8, 7, and 6 in that order. That's complete.
Copy, 2 turns, M5 through M8. With the same settings, we'll drive all 4 of those bolts to torque with a minimum of 3 additional turns.
Okay, copy that. Okay, M5 is 337, 4.27. The green light.
Copy, good roll on M5.
Work, Aki. You built the triangle perfectly, that's why. Dragon looking good. Station looking good. Hey, M8, 3.4 with 6.4 turns at the green light.
Copy, it's a good bolt for M8.
Hey, M7. 3.8, sorry, 3.0. And 5.8 turns with the green light.
Copy, Aki. We copied a torque of 3.0 is a little low. We'd like for you to hit M7 again, please.
Okay, copy that. I did M6 of 3.9, 5 turns with the green light, and going back to M7.
Copy, it's good bolt for M6.
Okay, that was just a jerk, maybe point. Here with the sun in my almost 0 turns. Torque is 3.8 with the green light.
You copy 3.8. That's a good bolt for M7. So you can go ahead and release the mounting bracket RET and then transfer the long PGT with the RET and adjustable to Thomas.
Copy that. How would you like this? Outside of the mounting bracket, I guess. So this one goes to my gun, what?
Affirm, Thomas.
I believe so. You want the RET? Yeah. I can give you the RET side. I can put one of your RETs on it. No, it's got the RET to the, yeah. Yeah, but yeah. I can get the RET on it. Yeah, so you put one of your RETs, I guess, before disconnecting this one, and then we're good.
All right, Aki, you can verify that the grounding pit pin is installed in the grounding block and the MLI for the right upper strut.
Stand by,
okay.
We're still working on the PG.
Copy.
Yeah, so right. I got a RET to me. Here's a RET. Oh. Got the RET. Hold on there. Yeah, hold on to it for a minute. I'm nursing on. And okay, these are my swing on. And let go of yours. Let me get this. What? That is removed. Got it? Yeah. Got it? Yeah. Release it to you. The body, so adding wire pin, 2 of them are installed. The center pad.
Copy. And have you verified that the
MLI looks good.
Copy all, Aki. Have you verified that the upper triangle is not rotated up?
It is rotated down.
Copy. And I'll take glove, hat, and gauntlet checks from both of you when you're ready.
AV1 half is dry. Gauntlets are down. And same clutch on the right and the left lug. No change. Alright, EV2 half is dry. And gloves, no change.
And copy all.
I think the middle strut is next for you, Aki.
Yeah. Affirm. So copy all on the glove and hap checks, And just as a heads up, you all are right on time. Great work.
All right, I need to readjust my APFR settings, so I'm going to get out.
Affirm, and before you egress, Aki, can you confirm that the mounting bracket RET was released back to the bag?
Good call. It has not been hit. Okay, come on, ready for the RET? Yep. Okay. Good. Good thumbs. All right, back to the bag. Yep. Good call, Whitey. Whitey, which of the two middle struts are we going for the left, I'm assuming? And that's 9 and 10, correct?
Affirm, Tomas. So you're looking for the left mid strut under straps 12 and 13 first.
12 and 13. Copy. On the other side. And what's the setting for the APFR?
Aki, first we're going to adjust the WIFX extension to 1, and then we'll adjust the pitch and roll on the APFR.
Copy that. Okay. Mid-strut. We will be looking for you, actually. Yep. Blind.
This view from Pesquet's helmet cam as he works to grab pieces out of the strut bag. Next up, the spacewalkers will work together to install the left struts. Next, after that, they'll work together to install the right struts. Both struts are configured in two portions, the lower strut and the mid strut. If you're just tuning in with us this morning, two spacewalkers are currently outside the International Space Station. So far, our spacewalkers, which are JAXA or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Akihiko and ESA or European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, have egressed the space station's airlock. The spacewalk this morning did begin at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Hoshide and Pesquet have worked together to build the upper triangle and install it to the mass canister. They're now working to install the left struts. Following that, they'll move on to install the right struts, further securing the mod kit to the mass canister.
Hey, copy hotel.
Ready for ingress? Yes.
Yep, Aki, we are ready for ingress.
Hoshide is now going to ingress back into the APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint, in order to receive the left lower strut, which Pesquet removed from the strut bag and is going to pass to him. You can see Hoshide getting into the APFR at the top of your screen.
On the left. Inside. No, you're on top of it, Aki. More inside, inboard. The left. Good on the left, you just have to rotate it. Very more. And 4. There you go. Right. Okay. Ingress complete.
Copy, great job.
Oh.
Aki, can you verify that your ingress aid is tucked, and then also verify that your BRT is in a good config with the tab up.
Step right.
Also, Thomas, if we could have you check for your
Ingress aid is tucked.
WVS light one more time.
So BRT tab is up, Aki. Copy. Thank you. I'll do that after I'll hand over the mid-strut what is that side.
No problem, Thomas. And that will be your Heka light when you do get to it.
Okay, power cycle on the Heka coming up. Am I hitting something? Oh, you're good. Come on.
The space station now flying 261 statute miles over the east coast of India, passing into a night pass.
What details station for my red.
Affirm.
Closest to the 5,000.
Good words.
Hey, Reddit. Can release your red? No. You have to do that? Okay. Oh, wait for me? Or I can do it. Yeah, okay. I'm only from the sure. Okay, I can put my PIP. I have control. You have control? I have control. Okay.
Thomas, you'll be retrieving the...
Okay. Back up.
Next, Thomas, you'll be retrieving the left lower strut under straps 5 and 6 and handing that off.
Left lower straps 5 and 6 coming up. I got the mid strut on my BRT with the red. Settled out.
Copy. Good config, Aki.
Pesquet now working to retrieve the left lower strut from the strut bag. Once he has that, he'll pass it along to Hoshide, who is in the APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint. Once Hoshide has the lower strut, he will install it to the mounting bracket using the PGT, or the pistol grip tool, which has been used quite a bit so far this morning.
And tomorrow you'll be handing the clevis bolt side towards Aki.
Clevis side towards Aki. In work. Aki, how are you? Up here. Is it coming? Got it? You got it? All right. I have control. You have control. Don't take it too far because I have to remove that red. Yeah. And I'm by.
And Aki will be running to the handrail stanchion nearest to you.
I have a red on it. That's complete. I have a red on it. I have control. Okay. So now you can release your red. Okay, on the red. Hold on here. Okay. That is released, Aki. It's all yours. All right. I'm going to move your end away from you. Copy. I will not bang it to your head or anything. And what if you concur, I'm going to translate to the next work site, the side pad, sorry, the lower bolts. Yep.
So before we have you translate to the next site, I'll have you do a check of your HECA light, please.
I owe you that. The light is off right now.
Copy. We'd like for you to turn it on. All right. Copy that, Thomas. So you'll be translating down to the Saab launch bracket at the base of the mass canister on the left side.
All right. Nice little cozy work site. All right. Like I said, I'll keep the lower strut away from you until you have visuals. Okay. All right.
And Aki, you can release the L5 grounding pit pin from the strut stow location.
Okay, and what do you think? We owe you an inspection of the Sept bolts as well. Like the Sept bearings.
Affirm.
Bearings, and they look good. They look pretty parallel to the boss and to the flange. I don't see any angle in there for now. Want pictures?
We copy parallel. We'll catch you on the other side.
At your work site. Okay, I ask you what you're saying? Yeah, your work.
We're in an expected handover between satellites and will regain communication and visuals shortly.
And we're back with you. And Thomas, we don't need any pictures. That sounds like a good config. Just one warning for you to keep clear of the pinch point when driving the bolt.
Copy. And I guess you speak. Okay. And the flat bolt side should be on my right. Correct? Okay. What the Pippin that you mentioned, it's on the clevis, right? That's the Pippin that you want to need to remove.
That's correct, Aki.
Okay, that is complete.
Copy.
Okay, that's complete.
Thomas, you can install the left lower strut to the Saab launch bracket. We'll be hand starting M21 4 turns, and I have PGT settings for you if you'd prefer.
For now, start by hand. and Ike's working on the tip pin, and then he will transfer the Sept bolt end to me. The tip pin is removed, so if you're ready, I'll transfer the top bolt in. I'm ready. Yep. See that? Know when you see it. You're doing a perfect job. Now you go down a little bit towards your feet, and then towards your left. Hello. Okay. I got a hand on it. Okay. I'm going to try to orient it the way I want it. Okay. You have control Alt support. Kind of. If you can keep a hand on it, it's good for me. Absolutely.
Pesquet and Hoshide now working together to install the left lower strut.
And start the bolt, but okay, I have 3, and now 4 turns and no bolts. Hey.
Copy, 4 turns on M21. Good work. Aki, you can now start the left lower strut to the mounting bracket at L5. We're looking for 2 turns on M22.
L5,
and I have PGT settings for you.
This is M22.
If you'd like.
Okay, this is M22 at L5. It doesn't have a label.
Affirm.
I start with my hand.
Copy. It's up to you.
Okay, let me start with the hand. And for in my experience, Aki, if it helps, you have to keep pressing down for at least a turn and a half, otherwise it doesn't really engage. So that's kind of a lot of angle. You have to prepare your hand for that. All right, thank you. I did one and then it popped out. Yeah, you're right. Still pops out. All right. What's PGT? All right, buddy. What's the PGT setting for M22?
The PGT settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Pesquet and Hoshide are continuing to install the left lower strut. As you can see here, there are 2 lower struts, a left and a right. Those will be attached to a portion of the upper triangle that was built and successfully installed earlier. Right now, Hoshide and Pesquet are working on the left lower strut. They'll then move on to the right lower strut, and they will also install the mid strut as well. There's a left and a right of each of those.
Yes, thank you. And now first.
Once those portions are successfully installed, the IROSA mounting bracket will be complete.
Good count, good LED test, battery 41.2. Bravo 1.
And the mounting bracket will be ready for the installation of the new ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs, during a future spacewalk.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Gonna guide it. And waiting for M22 to do us returns.
Affirm, 2 turns.
Returns. All right. All right, 2 turns. That's complete. M22.
Copy, 2 turns on M22. Thomas, we're going to be driving M21 to torque. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
The M21 to torque. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Good words. We're looking for a minimum of 10.5 additional turns.
Copy. I'm just going to renew PG. Cal. Bravo 7, clockwise 2, 25.5 for a round. An additional 10.5 turn minimum.
Good words.
Okay. Yeah, I'm driving with the PGT that's on the handrail. That's the one, not the one on my swing arm. All right. Then work.
You should be using the short PGT, Thomas, on the A-frame.
Yeah, the PGT on the handrail, not the one on my swing arm.
A-frame. Good words.
Pesquet and Hoshide are both using PGTs or pistol grip tools to drive bolts to secure the lower strut.
Right. Bravo 7, clockwise 2, 10.5 turns.
Good words.
Okay, I have 25.3 turn with a good green light, but I have only 6 turns, and the black line is not flush. I'll try to go back and give it some more.
Copy, we concur, Thomas.
All right. Go back, trace. Oh, folks out again at 603. What time? Again, folks out at 26 now actual, and 6 turns, but more.
Copy, stand by 1, Thomas.
Now, a little over 2 hours into today's spacewalk, which began at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time. In that time, our spacewalkers, Aki Hoshide and Thomas Pesquet, have built and installed the upper triangle portion of the mounting bracket and are now working to install the left lower strut. Following this, they'll install the left mid strut and then repeat the process on the right side, installing the lower strut and the mid strut.
Thomas, with those numbers that are a little bit low, we're going to jump right into the torque wrench. So we'll have you socket swap from the short PGT to the torque wrench.
Pesquet now using a torque wrench rather than the pistol grip tool to install the lower strut.
Okay, so I don't have my swing on. Oh, the button is sitting right here. I'm releasing the wire tie on the torque wrench. Okay, bucket swap. Okay, watch out. Yeah, careful. How you doing, Aki? Good. Let's get my tethers. I'll get some pictures. There you go.
If you're just tuning in with us, you're watching live views of the 244th Spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Today's Spacewalk's main task is to install a modification kit for future solar array upgrades. The current solar arrays on station are functioning well, but have begun to show signs of degradation as expected, as they were expected for a 15-year service life. The first pair of the space station solar arrays were deployed in December of 2000 and have been powering the station for more than 20 years.
And we'll be looking for 4.5 additional turns with the torque wrench.
The new solar arrays are being positioned in front of 6 of the current arrays, which will increase the station's total available power from 160 kilowatts to a maximum of 215 kilowatts. The same solar array design will also be used to power elements of the gateway, which will be our orbiting outpost around the moon. Another task that will take place during today's spacewalk will be to replace the floating potential measurement unit on a separate truss. This device measures the electrical charging potential of the solar arrays and associated surfaces in its vicinity.
Copy. Rotate around the arrangement.
Pesquet and Hoshide continuing to work to install the left lower strut. Once this is complete, they'll move on to install the left mid strut.
A lot of turns. Oh, actually, I'm going 2 degrees every time, so yeah, it's a while.
Yeah, we copy. We're following along.
In fact, you have 2 PGTs on me and have to use a talk range. That's work side tight. Don't really trying to find a better buddy position, but a whole lot of handrail down, you know. It's tight. I can't really choose my orientation. Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas, definitely a tough work site, and just FYI, we'll be relying on the checks more than the turns. So the turns will be best effort.
That black flash is the black flash. The black line is coming almost there.
Copy, excellent.
I'm getting really, broken over once, and twice. Also, the black line flush. Good job.
Excellent news. Great job, Thomas. We'll have a few checks for you. Check that the black line is parallel to the cylinder and flush.
Correct. Correct, buddy. Buddy, verified.
Thomas Pesquet now performing some checks on the lower strut to ensure that it is successfully installed.
Verified.
Oh, copy. Check that there's no gap between the strut boss and the bearing surface.
Gap, verified.
Copy, and perform a wiggle test, verifying that the strut doesn't wiggle at the Saab interface.
It's not going anywhere. Nicely done. Okay.
Copy all. Thomas, that's a good Saab bolt install. All right, Thomas, you can...
We swap the socket?
A-firm, so you can do that first, and then you'll verify that the lower strut MLI is covering the strut pad as well. Aki, I've got PGT settings for you to drive M22 to torque. It should be the same settings you have, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, we're looking for A-firm, a minimum of 5 additional turns on M22.
5 additional minimum. Body 11.8, 6.27 turns with a green light.
Copy, and can you verify that black line is flush?
Black line is flush.
Copy all. That's a good install on M22. You can stow your PGT. Copy, and Aki, you can install the grounding pit pin to the grounding block on the mounting bracket and install the MLI.
Yeah. Grounding pit pin is installed. See on the MLI now.
Copy. Big picture for you, Aki and Thomas. With those installs on those bolts, we are at the minimum config for the mod kit today, which is great news. We are looking at a 630 PE2 due to EV1 MEDOX is a limiting consumable, but we are on time and on track to complete all tasks. Great work.
Super. Thank you. Thomas. I'll filter it. And Waddy, what's our PET here? It has
630 PET.
Oh, sorry, our current PET.
And those words from Ground IV Jessica Watkins up to the crew, sharing that the mod kit is now in the minimum configuration. Good news for our spacewalkers today, but they're not finished up with their tasks just yet. They're going to move to installation of the left mid strut next.
All right, socket swap to the green PGT. A good full test on the 5/8 inch.
Copy, good socket swap. And can verify the lower strut MLI is covering the strut pad.
Waddy question with an MLI on the other side.
Copy MLI, Aki. You can release the red.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Red is released. Question here. So, I understand there's a hole in the MLI that should go over the bolt, M22. It does not reach that far, and there's a cutout for the handrail. That length is too short, so it's not going to go over the bolt.
Checking.
While you're chewing on this, the MLI is on the side pad at the lower strut, and what's my next step, please?
Copy that, Thomas. We'd first like for you to pop the collar on the torque wrench back to its 0 setting.
Zero? Are we not going to use it on the other side, maybe?
Go back, not to 0, but just to flush. Hey, from that little locking collar there shouldn't be a gap.
Everything you want to make that gap disappear. Oh, there you go.
Excellent. That's perfect.
Toss back in.
And then, Thomas, you can egress the truss and check that your safer handles are down.
Okay, and where am I going after that point? Yeah. One side? And how about the green PGT? Do I take that with me?
And Tomas, standby 1 for now. We're going to double check the MLI. May need your help.
MLI on Aki's side? I don't think I can reach there, Aki. Yeah. No, I agree. And you're not allowed to translate that yet, so. Okay. And I think your next location is for the mid-strut? Yeah, but it's just that PGT, do you know if I'm leaving it here or taking it with me? I think you're leaving it there, because the flight bag isn't yours. That's a long one, right? Yeah. I could have lost me for that. Yeah. Waddy, I'm standing by for the PGT because if I'm leaving it here, I'm not going to translate away, so waiting on your words for that.
Yeah, copy. Thanks for standing by, Thomas. Aki, for you, in order to straighten out the MLI all the way, you may have to undo the Velcro so that it is able to get kind of unfurled all the way.
So, Waddy, first of all, could you tell Thomas which PGT he's taking so that he can start moving?
Thomas?
I don't think you can help me here because...
Copy. Thomas, you need the long PGT on your swing arm, and the rest can stay in place.
Handrail 5153, correct?
Affirm, good words.
Great words. Okay, I'm doing that. Thanks, Aki. Okay, you bet. So, Waddy, so after 22 going nadir, the first cutout is for the handrail. So, that cannot slide further. Even if I undo the Velcro, it's not going to reach over that bolt. I think what it is once it's installed, it's probably the right location for the hole. But since you have to go over it, it doesn't have that the slack to go over the bolt. Does that make sense? I'll try to show it to you on the camera.
We copy, Aki, checking.
But if you're okay without going over the bolts, I can easily secure the MLI.
And Aki, we copy, and we can get best effort from you for now, and we can continue and come back to this at the end of the day if required.
Okay. For now, I'm not going to go over the bolts, but I will secure the MLI best effort.
Copy, good words. And Aki, if you could verify that the pit pin is in place as well.
It is in place.
Copy. Thomas, you can go ahead and translate up to the mass canister left pad install location.
On my one, ready. We'll clean up. I can see you have to change your PGTs and things like that.
No problem.
As a reminder, we're taking your social media questions today and answering them live on air. You can submit a question to us using the hashtag AskNASA. We received a question from Geronimo on Twitter who wants to know when the next IROSAs will be installed. Great question, Geronimo. Those will be installed during a future spacewalk. Each ISS solar array requires a mounting bracket to be installed ahead of its installation.
I haven't missed that call. And I have one down. Down away. Two down. Thanks, Scotty, for the reminder.
No problem. Copy. 2 handles down. You can translate now up to the mass canister left side pad install location.
Copy.
Another social media question we've received is from Fred, who wants to know how long the spacesuits last for an EVA and what is their limit. Spacewalks can vary in time depending on the tasks that are required, but there is a limit to how long a spacewalk can last based on the consumables that are used. The longest spacewalk took place on March 10th, 2001 during Expedition 2, when astronauts James Voss and Susan Helms conducted a spacewalk during STS-102 that lasted 8 hours and 56 minutes.
All right, I'm at the next iPad install location. Okay. I'll need my BRT.
Copy, Thomas.
Okay, Lottie, for me, if I can start deploying the mid strut, you concur?
Affirm. You can retrieve the mid-strut from your BRT and release the middle grounding pin from the lock position.
That can work.
The next task for our spacewalkers today is to install the left mid-strut to the mass canister. Following this, the crew will repeat the procedures they just did in order to install the right lower strut and then the right mid-strut.
Sir. Hey. Hey, Lottie, that's complete.
Copy, Aki.
We got the,
You can extend.
you want me to, extend it?
Affirm. So you can extend the mid-strut, and then you'll need to install the middle grounding pin into the final location on the mid-strut once it's deployed, and then you can extend the side pad out to Thomas.
Take off that. And Lottie, remind me that final location is on the polar diameter, correct?
Affirm, Aki, we see you've got it right there.
Great, thank you. Thanks for verifying that. Come on, if you're ready, and do the longer iPad. Okay, perfect. Okay,
And
I'll send it with you.
Thomas, you'll be installing it arrow pointing up. You'll engage the right side first and then pivot to the left side to engage the soft dock.
right side first, and then right to the left side. Can you bring your end a little bit higher, Aki?
Higher.
Okay, perfect. Okay, engaged. Very good.
Copy. Tomorrow you can hand start the bolts M1 through M4 2 turns in any order.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think that's going to be difficult because you have to push, it barely protrude out of that. Go directly to the...
Concur. So we have PGT settings for you.
All right, excellent. That's better. Long PGT.
Affirm, long PGT. It'll be alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2. Clockwise 2. Alpha 2, clockwise 2, 3.8 torque.
Good word. Looking for 2 turns.
Turns on every bolt.
Affirm, any order.
Back out.
Thomas Pesquet now working to install a series of 4 bolts. He'll first start them off by hand turning them, and then we'll use the pistol grip tool to finish up tightening them.
Strut to the upper strut at L8.
Copy. M1.
Copy M1.
On M2.
Copy M2.
On M4.
Copy 2 turns on M1 through M4. With the same settings, you can drive all 4 bolts to torque with a minimum of 3 additional turns. Any order.
Copy Alpha 2, all bolts, torque.
Good words. Aki, for you, your PGT settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2 for M28.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. M1, green light, 3.8 actual turns, 506 on the turns.
Copy. Good M1 bolt.
M3, good green light, actual torque 3.7 and 485 turns. I might have given it a little bit more than 2 turns initially.
A good view from Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam as he uses the pistol grip tool to secure those bolts.
7 torque on M3. That's a good bolt. And Aki, we're looking for 6.5 to 9 turns on M28 to torque.
Okay.
Meanwhile, JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide is completing a similar task using the pistol grip tool to install bolts as well.
Sorry, green light. Actual torque is 3.7.6, sorry, and 4.93.
Copy M2. Can you repeat the turns for M2?
4.93.
Copy. That's a good bolt on M2.
All right, moving on to M4. While the M28, 11.9 on the torque, 11.5 on the turns, and green light.
Copy. And can you verify black line is flush?
Word flush.
Copy. That's a good bolt on M28. You can stow your PGT.
M4, green light, 3.6 actual torque, and 5.61 rev.
Copy. Good bolt on M4. See you on the other side.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites, but we'll regain communications and visuals shortly.
And back with you after the handover. We've got good bolts on M28 and M1 through 4. You can both stow your PGTs.
Complete.
Copy. Thomas, you can release Aki's ret from the left mid-strut.
You ready? Ready.
And we just heard that call that both of our spacewalkers have successfully installed their bolts. Next up on the agenda for them is to repeat the process that was just done on the left side to the right lower. First up will be the right lower strut and then the right mid strut.
Installed and install the MLI over the side pad.
The MLI is installed and the 15 is installed.
Copy. Then you can retrieve the short PGT with the ret and adjustable from the handrail on the A-frame. Aki, you can install the grounding pit pin into the grounding block.
Okay, that's complete.
Copy. Then we'll take a glove hop and gauntlet check from you.
Half is dry. Above. No change. No change. And gauntlets are down.
Copy all, Aki. You can egress the APFR, and we will be rolling it to Charlie.
Charlie.
If you're just tuning in with us today, we're 2 hours and 37 minutes into the 244th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Our spacewalkers, Hoshide of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency and Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency, began their spacewalk at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Since then, the duo has worked to build the upper triangle portion of the bracket of the modification kit for future IROSA solar array upgrades. Following that, they secured the upper triangle to the mass canister and just finished installing the 4A left struts, which included a left lower strut and a left mid strut. Next up, the duo will work together to install the right lower strut and the right mid strut before moving on to their next tasks.
Oh, no, that's my bad. No problem. Traveling is good in different places. Okay. Okay, so the PGT, the torque wrench goes together with the PGT the bag.
Copy. Then those two together can get stowed on the right lower strut handrail in the bag.
The right lower strut handrail in the bag. All right, body roll is at Charlie. The APFR.
Copy. And Aki, you can go ahead and re-ingress the APFR.
And on the upper left hand of your screen, we may get a view of it again here in a second when Thomas Pesquet looks that way. You'll see Aki Hoshide ingressing or getting into the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint. He did the same when he received the left mid-strut from Thomas. He's now going to receive the right mid-strut.
The EGT in the 12th bench. We'll go.
Thomas Pesquet making his way back to the strut bag where he will grab the right lower strut in preparation to hand it to Aki Hoshide.
And Thomas should be at the right lower strut and the handrail closest to the sob bolt.
Right. Shoot another one there. Thank you. Right lower strut.
Good words.
Well, closer to the bolt. Right. Okay. GT and torque wrench are on the right lower strut on the handrail closer to the sob bolt.
Excellent. That's a good config. And we'll take that glove hop and gauntlet check from you now.
For the second, but why not? Okay. The gloves are good, nothing new. The hat is dry.
Copy gloves and hap, and can we verify gauntlets are down?
Gauntlets are down.
Copy, good checks. You'll now be retrieving the right mid-strut from the bag, so straps 9 and 10.
Right mid-strut, 9 and 10. Or a key.
Good words.
We're taking your questions this morning using the hashtag AskNASA. We've received some great questions so far. One from Robrita on Twitter who asks, how is the astronaut tethered to the orbiting station during the spacewalk? As you've seen throughout the spacewalk today, the astronauts utilize a series of tethers in order to secure them safely to the space station. They also utilize tethers to secure their tools to the space station or to themselves, such as with the body restraint tether. In the extremely unlikely event that a crew member were to become untethered from the space station, they have essentially a space jetpack called the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, that they could utilize to get them back safely to the International Space Station.
Look back at the jet, the windows open. Yeah, I was waving on my phone. I'll leave my bag though. Yeah. You realize that the pull was this strong. Yeah. I've been exactly there last time I came, exact same. I had the reef extender, but his APS fall kind of tilted at an angle. Yeah. And the face started pulling me to the side. Lost this for now. The roll. Yeah. What? You're yawing. Yeah. Yeah. That was close.
Now 2 hours and 48 minutes into the 244th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. This is the first ever spacewalk involving 2 international partner crew members out of the Quest airlock. Our spacewalkers today, ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet and JAXA astronaut Akihiko, are well underway in today's spacewalk, having built and assembled the upper bracket and installing it to the mast canister, installing the lower left strut and the left mid strut, and are now working on the right lower strut.
All right. And then... Good. Nice work.
Copy, excellent work, Aki. You verified that the ingress aid and that your BRT is in a good config.
Ingress aid is tucked in. BRT is not.
Copy, and when you're ready, Toma, you can transfer the right mid strut over to Aki with the side pad towards him.
Okay, let's do that. Okay.
And Aki, you'll be putting your ret on the stanchion closest to the side pad.
It's pretty easy for you to let me can't see you right now in this orientation. Oh wow. Yeah, I know that's hard. I'll have to, I guess, translate. red is not locking. Yeah. I'm going to lean back, but that's not helping. Oh no, let's try. Okay, Aki. Lean back as much as you can. It's, now, I'll have to come closer. Okay. Let me come closer. Okay. Aki, here it comes. Almost.
As a reminder, we are taking your questions on social media and answering them live on air. Use the hashtag AskNASA to send yours over. We have a question from a user who asks, hello, my dad Ruby wanted to ask NASA how many astronauts are currently on the space station. Currently on board the space station, minus our 2 spacewalking astronauts, are the folks listed here. From left to right, they are Roscosmos cosmonaut Piotr Dubrov, NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, ESA astronaut or European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, who's currently outside the space station on this spacewalk, as well as JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide, who is also outside completing the spacewalk, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Novitsky, and lastly, NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei.
Alright, you got your rep? Yeah, here it comes. Okay. Watch your back on the mounting bracket. Okay. So, I'll prepare the lower right strut for you, Aki.
Yep. Good words, Thomas. Should be under straps 7 and 8. And you'll be handing off the clevis bolt towards Aki.
Where's this one rated to? And what you broke out? I didn't hear what you were saying last. Okay, did you hear? No. Get the head over. Yep. Body back with you.
Back with you after the handover. Sorry about that.
Long handover. Oh, no problem.
It looks.
The last transmission got closed at the end. Yep.
Yeah, A-firm, but it looks like you were on the right track. We were just transferring that right lower strut to Aki with the clevis bolt towards him.
Got it. Got it. Comes with a hook wrench and a PGT. Not yet. The same price. For the same price. Whoa, that's a deal. I know. Alright, I got a vet on it.
And Aki, that
There's a vet on this.
that red should be on the handrail stanchion nearest to you.
This view inside the strut bag now looking a little bit more empty than when we first began the spacewalk today. The crew is continuing work to install the right lower strut, and then we'll move on to the right mid strut.
I can only give it to you afterwards. That's fine. I have my hand on the red. Just 1 second. The blind reach. Okay, so this is the red that I'm releasing. Goes from the stanchion to the bag. Yep. You have a red on the right the struts. Stay firm. Okay, clutch is released. Yep. Alright, I have control. Alright, it's wrapped around the bolts. Okay, there you go. Yeah. And if you got it, got it. Okay. Right, I'm gonna keep it close to me.
Copy. And EV crew, the arm will be in motion shortly.
Copy. Copy, and Maria, I think I'm translating to the other side, correct?
Affirm. You're headed to the right side sub launch bracket. And we'll have you report the spherical bearing alignment.
Right to the right side. Really not much to cross. Yeah, you probably have to go inboard. Yeah, but if I go inboard, your tether's high. Yeah, it's stuck down, so you can go over it. Now it's high at the other end of the IEA, but it's okay. That's okay, I'll back you back. You can put it lower if you want. Yeah, but I have to. Alright. Yours is low. Yep. Cross.
And this view from ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam as he makes his way over to a good position to help install the right lower strut alongside JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide.
And we follow your tether config. It looks good to us. Aki, you can release the L6 grounding, the grounding pit pin from the strut stow location.
Okay, that's complete. Go ahead, Aki. Yeah, since I'm rolled to my right, I'm right over the handrail, so right behind you. And I see you. Alright, you're clear. Good. Okay. Okay, Aki. Here. Settled. Work site. Okay. Alright. Ready for the lower? Ready? Yes.
Another social media question that we received was from a Twitter user who asks, what's on the left wrist? You have a good view of it here. We have a checklist that the astronauts keep on their wrist in order to follow along with the procedures. The ground IV, Jessica Watkins, also helps step the crew through those procedures, but they have it on their wrist as well. There's also a mirror on the wrist, which is used to read the dials on the spacesuit, as those are...
Oh, excellent. And just a reminder to keep clear of the pinch point when driving this bolt. And we'll have you hand start M19, 4 turns.
All right, Aki. Hey, don't do that. Hey. South. It's to talk a little bit towards the, away from you. Away from me? Away from you. Good. I got 2 turns. 3. And 4. Great. Okay, 4 turns on the M19.
Copy, 4 turns, M19. Aki, you can start
Thank you.
the right lower strut to the mounting bracket at L6. It should be M20, 2 turns.
Copy.
Now 3 hours into the 244th spacewalk in support of station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. Work continues to install the right lower strut. So far, our spacewalkers, Aki, Hoshide, and Thomas Pesquet, have built and installed the upper bracket and installed the left lower and left mid struts.
Copy, Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, looking for 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns. I'm holding it. Set, thank you. Two times up, popped out again. Let me try them. Oh, there we go. Okay, 2 turns, that's complete.
Copy, 2 turns on M20. Thomas, your PGT settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2 for M19 to torque.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. To sleep.
Both Hoshide and Pesquet using their pistol grip tool to secure bolts to the right lower strut.
Additional turns.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. 7.5 turns, you're saying?
10.5 additional turns.
10.5. New York. Working out. There we go. Yeah.
Thomas, can you repeat torque and turns on M19?
Okay, so it's torquing out at 561. Green light, 25.5. Actual torque, 561 rev.
Copy, Thomas, step by one.
Try again. I'll look up.
And Thomas, we'll have you try again with the PGT, and then if that doesn't work, we'll do similar to what we did on the other side and move right into the torque wrench.
And he torques out again with the PGT, not even 1/3 of a turn. Torque wrench.
Copy, Thomas. A-firm, let's move to the torque wrench. We'll have you socket swap over.
Okay, 12.
Pesquet now switching out the pistol grip tool for the torque wrench to finish up tightening bolts.
Big picture for the two of you while Thomas is doing that. We are at a 3-hour EVA PET and just about on the timeline. Still on track to get all of our tasks done. Keep it up.
Yeah. It's work. Full test on the torque wrench.
Copy, and can you verify a good pull test? And Thomas, did you verify a good pull test on that?
Yes, it's verified good full test, Wendy.
Copy, sorry I missed that. And same thing, we're looking for 5 additional turns.
Oh, noise.
And looking for the visual indication that the wrench has broken over twice.
5 additional turns, and torque wrench broken over twice. How about that, PGD? Yep. I see that. I keep the kind of flight towards your helmet. Yeah. Thank you. Got my hand right there.
You can see Thomas Pesquet using that torque wrench to ensure the bolts are secure. Once this task is wrapped up, they'll move to installation of the right mid-strut.
Slowly but surely. Good job. You want to release that adjustable? Is that just tying the down? I was thinking about it, but I think now we're almost over. Put my hand like this, it should not come towards me too much. I should have done that at the beginning. It's life.
I always see that, Thomas. You're doing great. Almost there.
Getting close, yeah. Almost there. Broke over once. Twice. Good job.
Excellent. Great job. We'll now do the three checks.
Yeah, great job there.
So check that the black line is parallel to the cylinder and flush.
And by that, it's not retracting. I'll fix that. There you go. Okay. Alright, the black line is the flush, correct?
Copy.
The bolt.
Check that there's no gap between the strut boss and the bearing surface.
I see no gap between the strut boss and the bearing surface. All nice and parallel.
Copy and perform a wiggle test.
Wiggle test. Solid. The wiggle test is successful. Wiggle.
Hey, copy that. That's it. These are good checks.
And the MLI is covering the side pad.
Copy that, Thomas. And can we just have you double check the setting on the torque wrench is set to 60 foot-pounds?
Correct. That was 60 before. I didn't change it. I'm going to look for you. That's 60 foot pounds for you on the torque wrench.
Copy all. Thanks, Thomas. That is a good M19 bolt. Great job. You can leave the short PGT and the torque wrench on that right lower strut handrail. Aki, your PGT settings will be the same, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and you'll be driving M20 to torque, looking for a minimum of 5 additional turns.
Additional turns, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, Sept.
Good words.
Hey, Waddy, I got 11.8 on the torque, 6.6 turns with a green light.
Copy, and can you verify the black line is flush as well?
Line is on.
Copy, that's a
Black line is flush.
Copy, that's a good M20 bolt. You can stow your PGT and release the ret.
I'm going to recite that. Yep. Alright, EGT is stowed. That is released from the lower left.
Copy, and then you can install the grounding pit pin into the grounding box and install the MLI.
Alright.
And Tamai, copy you translating.
Ready, I'm moving to the site pad location.
Copy all.
Sunning my back like before. Yeah. Warm, isn't it? Alright, Waddy, the piston is installed. The MOI has the same issue. Reaching. Almost there.
Okay, copy, same issue with the MLI. Same plan, best effort. Tomorrow, once you get set, we'll take a glove hap and gauntlet check from you.
Copy. And then my hat. My gauntlets are covering the restraints. And my gloves are still good, no change. Only a few black smudges from before. I think it's mostly Sharpie actually before I can start them. Because I didn't start the bolts. That's what it is.
Copy, good checks and Sharpie smudges.
Sure. Waddy, MLI is full best effort. Again, it doesn't go over the bolts, so it's secured with the integral wire tie.
Copy all, Aki. And we'll take a glove hap and gauntlet check from you as well.
Hap is dry. Gloves, it's a little more black clutch on the right fingertip and little finger, pinky. Other than that, no change, and gauntlets are down.
Copy all, Aki, and no concerns on those gloves. So you can retrieve the right mid-strut from your BRT and release the pit pin from the lock position.
See that? That's gonna work.
And with the right lower strut successfully installed, Hoshide and Pesquet will move on to installing the right mid strut.
Literally. Be gentle in the PGA. So it's slowly. While the pin is installed in the third location, the final location. What might be a
Copy. You can.
if you're ready, I'll present you the.
We copy. You can extend the side pad towards Thomas, and Thomas, you can install it with the arrow pointing up.
Arrow pointing up. Which side goes first?
Left side first, and then pivot to the right side.
Okay, left side, then pivot to the right side. I think you bring up your end. Yes, to bring it out. More. It's self-taught.
Copy. Thomas, you can start bolts M9 through M12, looking for 2 turns. And the PGT settings for that will be alpha 2, clockwise 2 on the long PGT.
PGT, alpha 2, clockwise 2, and all bolts.
Good words.
Alpha 2. Alpha 2 clockwise 2, this is a torque of 3 decimal 8 program.
That's a good setting. Aki, you can install the right mid-strut to the upper strut at L7.
Okay. Before I finish my 2 turns?
Yeah, so Aki, you can line them up, but we won't drive the bolts until you're complete with your 2 turns, Thomas.
Got it. Copy. 2 turns on the M9 and M11 for now.
Copy, M9 and M11, 2 turns.
12, 2 turns. . 10 2 turns.
Copy 2 turns on M9 through M12. Tama, you will continue at those same settings, driving M9 to M12 to torque. We're looking for a minimum of 3 additional turns on each of those.
Okay. And that's after Aki completes his bolts, or this guy can do this right now?
Affirm. Aki, your PGT settings?
From 2 right. So, body just to confirm, I can keep driving, right?
Affirm. We can drive these bolts M9 through M12 and M24 simultaneously.
Okay. Thank you.
And so, Aki, your settings?
Level 1, clockwise speed.
You got it.
I haven't changed it since the first time.
Affirm.
The M12, good green light, 3.8 actual torque, and 463 rev.
Copy M12. Good bolt. And Aki, we're looking for 6.5 to 9 turns for you to torque.
Copy that. M11 ready, green light, 3.6 actual, 485 rev.
Hoshide and Pesquet are again using the PGT or pistol grip tool to drive bolts to secure the right mid-strut. This is the last strut that will be installed on today's spacewalk.
11.9 torque, 8.9 turns, and green light, flat line is flush.
Copy. That's a good bolt on M24. You can stow your PGT and install the pit pin into the grounding block.
Copy. Body M10, green light 3.7, actual 548 rev.
Copy. That's a good bolt on M10.
The M9, green light 3.7, actual 652 rev.
Copy. That's a good bolt M9 through M12. You can release the Aki's ret from the right mid strut.
All right. Okay. Great. Body, the grounding strap on my side is floating towards the bar, and I can't reach it right now unless I structure, which I know I can't do right now.
Be copied. Aki checking.
Maybe once Tomas does its bolt, does the bolts, the 2 bolts on the mid strut, maybe he can push it towards me. Do you need to keep it pit pins? Yeah, there's a grounding wire on this side. Yeah, It's floating that way. Okay. And I can't reach it. It's on the other side, so. Okay, let me see what I can do. Maybe after everything's secure. Oh, well, I can translate this. This is allowed. That's how it is.
Now, 3 hours and 30 minutes into the 244th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. JAXA astronaut and current space station commander Akihiko Hoshide and European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet have completed a series of tasks and have completed the upper bracket build and installation to the mass canister in support of the modification kit installation. They've also installed the left lower and left mid strut, as well as the right lower and right mid strut, putting the mod kit in a good configuration. Next up on the agenda for our spacewalkers are to clean up the work site area and then begin work on the FPMU, or Floating Potential Measurement Unit. They'll swap out the current FPMU and replace it with one on station.
Oh, you know, it's a very thin plate. Yeah. So if it's feather, I'll ask what they think of it. Look out for the solar array. Yeah.
Back with you after a quick handover. What did I miss?
You missed my probably bad idea to use, those solar array power cables, the ones we disconnected, reconnected for the aerosat deploy. They come to a bracket, metal bracket. I was wondering if I could put a feather in here. It's not per se a handrail, obviously, but just wondering what you guys think of that.
Checking.
You gotta waste it on that side, right? Yeah. It's just to get closer. Yeah. But I can, because I'll be at Bravo 7, so. Yeah. Over here, easily. But then after Bravo 7, you're not allowed to use this handrail as a VRT.
Thomas.
I mean the lower strut. Go ahead, buddy.
Thomas, unfortunately, it's a no-go on that handrail, but you can BRT to the mid-strut handrail as long as you minimize normal and torsional loads into the mid-strut.
Okay. I do that. Actually, not a handrail, but yeah, I don't know if I was being clear. It's a bracket. The connectors are going. It's a thin plate. Anyway, okay. Let's do the RT mid-strut.
Yeah, it's a negative on that handrail on the bracket.
There's no handrail on the bracket, buddy. Sorry, I'm not being clear. It's okay. So I'll do the middle rail BRT and minimize my loads. Gentle. Like a butterfly. Like a butterfly. Okay. Sounds good.
All right, Thomas. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Copy.
Good words. And we're looking to drive M25 and M26 to torque with 4 to 6 turns.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
I'm working on M26 first.
Copy. EV crew, arm will be in motion shortly.
Copy. Copy. Good green light, 25.4 actual, 573 rev, M26.
Copy, 25.4 torque and 5.73 turn. For the PGT on M26, you can move on to M25.
Not to hit the cables. Yeah.
European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet using the pistol grip tool yet again on the right mid-strut adjustment collar to ensure that the mid-strut is secure and installed successfully. Following this, he'll do the exact same task on the left mid-strut adjustment collar.
Got it. All right, good green light, 25.3, 5 at 15 on the M25.
Copy, that's good PGT on M25 as well. So you can now take the PGT to manual ratchet mode and set the MTL to 30.5.
Okay, ratchet clockwise, and MTL. MTL first. Okay, it was there. MTL is 30.5, and I'm going ratchet clockwise. That's all I'm doing.
Copy, good settings. And we're looking for 2 good pops on M25 and M26.
I don't think I'm getting them. Hold it here. Oh, there we go. Here's one. M26. 2 on each, buddy. Yeah. Top.
2 on each on the pops.
2 on M26.
Copy, 2 good pops on M26. Did you get a turn count?
Oh. Just says manual ratch, and I didn't count the turns, but I'd say probably 3-ish.
Copy, 3.
Sorry, Ray, it wasn't clear. You turn count. Do you need a turn count on the other one?
Affirm. And best effort on the manual ratchet mode.
Yeah, because I'm ratcheting like 15 or 10 degrees, per stroke. So I don't know how precise I can be.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Understood.
To do that. Here's one. So this on the M25, it felt like I didn't even do half a turn before it popped out.
Copy, half a turn for 1 pop on M20.
Two pops? That's just one. I'm working on the second. Okay. Taken on M25. Got it? Yep. Done.
Copy, 2 pops on M25. Great work. You can reset the PGT to motor.
Water, 3.5. Tracing on.
Aki, you can close the right mid-strut and mounting bracket, MLI.
I'm going to need to pass it back here, I'm guessing. But the tip pin is above it.
Affirm. So there should be the middle pit pin in the final location, but it should go through the MLI as well.
Above the MLI. Yeah, right now we have it above the MLI, and unless there's a cutout. Oh, there's a cutout? Yeah, so I'll have to remove the tip pin. Oh, that's fine. Okay.
We copy.
The copy, so someone needs to remove the final filter from the final location, install the MLI, and then put it back.
Affirm. We're good with that plan.
This goes to here? No, it comes all the way here, and then there should be another cutout, no? Wait. That's unwrap that. Oh. Got it. Okay. I don't see another cutout. No. No. So we don't have a cutout. The final location is
Affirm. So there's not a separate.
Go under.
There's not a separate cutout for it. You'll just have to slip it in through one of the slots.
But there's. Well, I don't know if it's gonna reach though. Like you go through that.
Yes, that looks good, Aki.
Yeah, I think it should actually go underneath. Doesn't reach. Yeah, it doesn't reach then. So I'll have to remove all this and go underneath. That's fine. Yeah. And it's going to be the same on the other side, I guess.
Yeah, Aki, you may need to try the other side in order to get the pit pin to reach. It only goes one way.
Yeah, there's no other side. It's no cutout on the top. The only one. So Mark tried to work it through the closest cutout, and it's not reaching. If you try that, I can come through here, maybe. That means I'm not sure. Then the MLI gets blocked, and you don't have slack to go all the way. It's not far. It's like an inch. Yeah, but it's gonna be a nightmare to go on there. So how about we try this first? Thank you. So let's try it.
You want to make sure you do the pit pin before installing the MLI. That looks good to us.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's going to reach. The MLI may not reach. That's the other concern. Oh, can you grab it, actually? It's supposed to go over the bolt? Yeah. So just then, you got a cutout which kind of pulls on that MLI, so it's not going to go over M28. Yeah, it's up to under, maybe around 2 inches. To undo the MLI up there. and then go under, and hopefully, see that?
Yeah, so that is good word. So we'll need to put the pit pin in first, and then pull the MLI up over the bolt, and then put the Volker over.
Yeah, that's not, I mean, the problem we have. Do you see my camera?
Okay, firm.
Okay, so you see the pit pin going above the MLI right here. If we go above the MLI like this is happening here, then Aki doesn't have enough slack because it's effectively blocking the MLI here and we're losing some length, right? So the other option is I go under the MLI, but it means I have to undo all this MLI until here and then route the pit pin under. It looks like our only chance to get the other end of the MLI engaged over the bolt. Yeah. Otherwise, we don't have enough slack. It's another 2 inches that we need.
We copy. We're checking tomorrow.
I don't know what it looks like down there.
Thomas, we're thinking you may need to peel the MLI all the way back and route the pit pin underneath it.
That's what I was trying to tell you. Are you happy with me doing that? And it's going to take some time. It'll take a long time. Yeah.
We are good with that plan, Thomas. We don't have any other better options.
Mark. Why do you talk about doing that? Anything I can do? I can just fall. Okay. Oh, don't pull Aki. Yeah, I'm just checking how. Yeah, but I need this one to make it go through. That's it?
And Aki, unfortunately, not sure there's much you can do to help with the config that we're at right now.
Pin is in. Yeah, good job.
Copy, Thomas. Great work.
All right. So it just goes over the MLI or the bolt. A little more slack though. No, that's all you get, actually. Another quarter inch. I don't get what you're saying. Need another quarter inch.
Yeah, and we recommend that we start at Aki's end and put the MLI over the bolt and then work your way down to Thomas' side.
There's no constraints the MLI on the right side. It's just a bolt at the other end. Can you hold just a little bit towards me? Towards me? Towards me? Moving towards you. Yeah, okay. To my eye. Okay, it says, let's pull that. I can make it. Almost. Yeah, got it. Good job, yeah. Thanks. It's through M28. M28 is through the...
Excellent.
No, Set the Velcro. No, sorry, I have a hard time hearing you. Can you reach the Velcro? The other side? Can I reach the Velcro? Yeah. So, it's Velcro that's holding the MLI together? Just okay? Yeah, the end of wire there. Can you, no? No, how there? Yeah, can't reach it first. Very good. One.
This view from Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam as he continues to get everything secured ahead of the cleanup of the workstation area.
Okay. Alright, good job. So we probably have to do the same on the other side. Yes.
Copy all. Great work. And to ensure that before you get out of the APFR, Aki, we'll have you guys install a short wire tie around the telescoping portion of the mid-strut MLI.
Yeah, I think I'll do it, Aki. Yeah, I think I'm in a better position. Yeah, and I don't have the reach to get to the strut. Oh, so one here, yeah, and one here. But if you just hold the working on it. Is it okay if someone does it?
We copy. That sounds good to us.
Reach that strut. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot. Hey, no worries. Makes sense. All right, what do you have for me?
All right, Aki, you can go ahead and egress the APFR and retrieve your fare lead.
What those wire ties, you want them one on each side of those adjustable, those bolts that I just drove, correct?
Affirm, so the wire tie needs to be on the other side of the collar bolt.
I didn't get the end of your message, so one on each side of the collar bolt.
The two wire ties are both in between the adjustment collar and Aki's side of the bolt.
Copy. All right. Great. All right, here's one.
Copy?
Marty, I got the Richmond address on my mini workstation now.
Copy, Aki. You can translate over to the strut bag.
In this view from ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam, you can kind of see the Earth in the background behind him. The space station is currently flying 262 statute miles above the Earth. The space station is flying just off the south coast of Hawaii. Pesquet is continuing to use the wire ties to secure this item in place.
And Thomas, we see that second wire tie. That looks like a great wire tie config.
And with that, the wire ties were successfully wrapped around the telescoping portion of the mid-strut MLI.
I'll be on my way. What shot I keep my 6 feathers behind your back? Yep. I'm going to translate around, but just I want for you to, a little bit. Get more tube, and then I'll go back towards the far. Alright, let me clear you so that you can go back. It's clear. I'll go past you. Yep. Alright. Going around. Okay, oops. Wait, that's right. In a minute. Fred, I'm clear. Yep, thank you.
Now approaching the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk, which began at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. So far, our spacewalkers, which are ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet and JAXA astronaut Akihiko, have completed all of their tasks, which included building the upper triangle and installing it to the mass canister, as well as installing the left lower strut, the left mid strut, the right lower strut, and the right mid strut. Next up, they'll clean up their work site and move on to the next major task of the day, which involves the floating potential measurement unit. This is a device that measures movement across the solar arrays and will be swapped out for a new FPMU.
And you'll be headed back to the bag to stow that.
as well around the ATFR. Alright, I'm in position at the middle left.
Copy. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 7 clockwise 2 with the long PGT.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2. I am going to BRT to the handrail again.
Copy. At the BGA handrail, vertical one there is a good one.
That's the strut handrail I'm talking about. Oh, it's a bit far. Did you copy?
We copy, and you're a go to BRT there.
Okay. I might be that PGT adjustable and torque wrench is threaded to the bag.
Copy, Aki. You can retrieve the round scoop and the large small ret, and then you'll be temp stowing that on the APFR blue plate.
Do that.
JAXA astronaut and current space station commander Aki Hoshide is working on cleaning up his work area. Right now he's repacking the strut bag.
29 and then 30.
Good words, Tama. We're looking for...
Following this, he'll do an inventory of the strut bag to make sure he has all of his tools, such as the torque wrench and pistol grip tool, or PGT. Meanwhile, ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet is working on securing the last bolts using the pistol grip tool.
Okay, I got good torque, green light, 25.5 actual, and 554 revs on M29.
Copy. M29 is good with the PGT. Can move on to M30.
30. And what is the actual reps with the scoop is attached to the APFR plate.
Copy. Then we'll take an inventory of the strut bag before you fold and cinch it up.
And ready, green light, 25.4, actual torque. Didn't reset my current count in between the two bolts, so this one has 7 in total. It's a little bit less than what you were expecting, but I got a green light and a good torque of 25.4 M30.
Copy. 25.4 torque and 7 turns on M30.
Negative 7 turns, 15 total between M30 and M29.
Copy. 7 turns total between M29 and M30.
Is that a good bolt for you?
Standby 1. We'll have you hit it one more time, Thomas.
Okay. Ready, ready for inventory. Alright, stand by, Aki. Good torque. 25.6. 083 revs. I'm 30.
Copy, checking. Okay, Thomas, we are ready to take the PGT to manual ratchet mode, MTL 30.5.
Ratchet clockwise, 30.5.
Good words. Looking for turns as best effort and 2 good pops on each.
One, then 29. And Aki, you can go with your bag while I'm doing this. Yep, I know. Ready, ready for inventory?
Hey, firm, Aki, go ahead.
Okay. Bring hotel, 1 red with a hammer. Bring 11, 2 reds. Bring India, 1 red. Bring Echo, 1 red. 1 red with a, which is connected to the adjustable, and the adjustable has the PGT with another red, and torque wrench with another red. Then in Juliet has 1, 2, 4 reds. 2 reds plus 1 red series. That's all that's inside the bag.
Copy, Aki. That's a good strut bag inventory. You have a go to fold and cinch it up, and we expect it to be just as wonderful as it was inside.
That's smaller. And, buddy, as I was going for M29, he popped one, and then I kept going, expecting it to pop. Second time, I gave it like a turn and a half, maybe it didn't pop. Then I looked at my socket, and if you can see my video, it's kind of bent. It's not, how can I say, it's not wobble anymore. It's, I don't know, it's sheared or maybe stuck in somewhere or another. I don't think it prevents any ratcheting action, but it's something wrong with that socket for sure.
Okay, we
go back to straight.
We copy, Thomas, and working on a forward plan.
It doesn't go straight. Yeah, so it is. Yeah, but it's bound. Like it's really solid.
And you did hear a few moments ago that JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide had a successful inventory of the strut bag, meaning that all of the pieces were in there that should be: the pistol grip tool, the torque wrench, and the other tools that were used to help build and install the bracket today. Hoshide will now work on folding up the strut bag and attaching it to his body restraint tether. This will help him as he translates back to the airlock shortly. He'll drop off the strut bag, and then he will grab the replacement FPMU, or the floating potential measurement unit, which will be installed by Thomas and Aki shortly.
bag. All right.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites and will regain communication and imagery here shortly. If you're just tuning in with us, we're a little over 4 hours into the 244th spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. So far today, our spacewalkers Aki Hoshide of JAXA and Thomas Pesquet of ESA have successfully built and installed the modification kit in preparation for a future solar array installation. They're working on cleaning up the work site here shortly, and then we'll move on to the next task, which is to remove and install the floating potential measurement unit. So far, everything moving smoothly in today's spacewalk, and all tasks have been completed thus far.
Take it slow. Test on the 15. This one. This one. Yeah. Good job. Good full test. Back at you. Good focus. Is yours. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Copy. Good pull test on this socket swap.
Well, so the CPA bag content remains the same, except the socket has been swapped out.
Copy. TBA bag inventory. Stays the same.
Alright. And I'm going back. Bye.
Copy, Thomas.
I'm thinking it really takes some time, Aki. Okay. I don't know. You have, no, but I'm thinking you get the bag, but you can take the APFR. Yeah. Your way, on the way. Yeah. It's a bit soft. Wait, hold you that? But you're gonna have to come with. So if you're still ahead and you have time to drop the APFR on the way, yeah. Let's see how much time I need. That's the MLH too. Yeah. I have the packing, so I don't know. Maybe about the same time.
As a reminder, we are taking your social media questions today and answering them live on air. You can use the hashtag AskNASA to submit your question. We've received a question from a Twitter user who asks, do the astronauts notice any temperature difference inside their spacesuits when going from day to night? As we mentioned earlier in our coverage, the space station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, experiencing a sunrise and a sunset every 45 minutes. Along with that, there is a temperature variance between negative 250 degrees during a sunset and plus 250 degrees Fahrenheit during a sunrise. So there's quite a temperature difference. However, this spacesuit is equipped with cooling garments and layers of protection to help keep the astronauts cool and comfortable during those temperature variances.
Kathy, Thomas, I hear that your PG is now in manual ratchet MTL to 30.5?
Yep, correct.
Copy. We're going to have you redo M29, and we'll look for 2 new good pops.
How about I start with M30? I'll go back to M29.
And tomorrow we copy that you did have 1 good pop before, but we just want to have 2 clean ones with the new socket just to ensure.
Yeah, you're breaking a little bit, but I think you're on board with that's that, correct?
Say again, Thomas.
Okay, so you were breaking up. My suggestion is I go first to M30, and then I go back to M29. Are you on board with that?
Affirm, we're on board with that.
You can see JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide here in the spacesuit on the top portion of your screen. He's wearing the suit with the red stripes. He's working to fold up the strap bag, which he's going to attach to his body restraint tether, and then head back to the airlock with it to drop it off and grab the floating potential measurement unit for the next portion of today's spacewalk. Meanwhile, ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet continues to work on driving bolts to Thomas Pesquet continues tasks to install bolts around the collar bolts on the mounting bracket.
Aki, once you're finished folding up the strap bag, you can stow it on your BRT. We'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you, and then you have a go to head back towards the airlock.
I'll do that. I'm not picking up the PFR. Tell me to head back and grab the FPM here.
Good words, Aki. We'll have you leave the APFR for Thomas, and we will tag up with you with the forward plan once you get to the airlock.
Okay. Do that. Okay. a lot of torque, but okay. Of the bolt. Find the best position to react to torque. One pop on M30. The jump. Oh, please.
Copy, one pop on M30.
She's not doing much for me. Okay. 2 on M30. Good job.
2 pops on M30. Great work.
I hear you, Thomas.
And looking for 2 good pops on M29 as well.
Thomas Pesquet now working on securing the very last bolt for the mod kit installation.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's a good M29 and M30. And with that, the mod kit is fully installed. You're in a good config, and you have a go for single crew translation.
Good job. Come on, now you can translate as much as you want. All right. Okay.
So, Mott, you can reset the PGT to motor.
I haven't done that. I've put it on my swing arm. Sorry, can you please remind me next time I take it out?
Copy. You will have you verify that the middle pit pin is in the final location?
It is, but I'll have to remove it.
Copy. Same thing as the other side in order to close the MLI.
Right.
And in this view, you can see Aki Hoshide with the strut bag attached to his body restraint tether. He's going to make his way to the airlock shortly.
Copy, Tomo.
So, you okay if I head back to the airlock? Yeah, I think that's 10 more minutes for me. Yeah. Just I have no rush, no need for rush for project is done, so get the FPMU done. Alright, Wadi, I have the bag with me on the BRT redded. Bring back to the airlock.
Copy, and we'll take a glove hop and gauntlet check from you before you head out.
Half is dry. Gauntlet let down. And right gloves the same as before with black smudges.
Copy.
Last no change.
Copy. Good checks. You have a go to translate to the airlock.
See you in a bit, buddy. See you, Aki.
Hoshide now going to make his way back to the airlock. He'll drop off the strut bag and grab the floating potential measurement unit. Meanwhile, Pesquet is wrapping up at 4A. He'll complete some cleanup tasks shortly, and then he'll make his way to the FPMU location, where he'll remove the FPMU in anticipation of Hoshide bringing the new FPMU where they'll work together to install it.
Big picture update for the two of you. We are on timeline and on track to complete all of our tasks. We are at 4.5 hours EVA PET and thinking about potential get-aheads as well.
Go for that. Copy.
And as you heard those words from Ground IV Jessica Watkins up to our spacewalkers, all continues to track on schedule today. So far, our spacewalkers did build and install a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel in preparation for the next delivery of the ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. Next big task for our spacewalkers are to remove and replace the floating potential measurement unit, or FPMU.
Already at the feet apart now on port side.
Copy, Aki.
Yes. Alright. I got the through. Okay, the pit-in is installing its final location. I'll show you my.
Copy, Thomas.
Pass the feet apart on the power side.
Copy.
Ready, I'm starting from the 28th end on the other side.
Copy. Good words.
And 28th is in place. Alright, Waddy, it looks like my safety feather got caught on something, so I'm going to go back and take a look at it.
Copy, Aki.
Alright, and the line's in place on the mid-strut.
Copy, Thomas. We'll have you install those 2 wire ties around the telescoping portion of the mid-strut as well.
Okay, so that's closer to the mounting bracket.
Good words.
Alright, good work. Alright, Lottie, I think I got it first, so I'm heading back.
While Hoshide makes his way back to the airlock to drop off the strut bag and grab the FPMU, Pesquet continues to install wire ties around the telescoping portion of the mid-strut. Following this and some final checks with teams on the ground, he'll make his way to the FPMU location.
How are you doing? Good. I'm at the airlock now. You're at the airlock? Yep. We're just close to it, I should say. Okay, here's one wire tie.
Copy, wire tie, Thomas.
A second. Yeah, at the airlock.
Copy, Aki. You have a go to open the thermal cover, and you'll be ingressing the airlock, stowing the strut bag, and then a forward plan for you. You're a bit ahead, so we're going to have you proceed with the airlock hatch pit pin R&R get ahead after you stow the strut bag.
So, people heading out for the FPMU?
Affirm.
Alright, thermal cover is open.
Copy. You'll be dropping off the strut bag and retrieving the get ahead's crew lock bag.
I don't need to retrieve it, right? I can just work off of it? Yeah.
Affirm, Aki.
While Pesquet wraps up at his work site, Hoshide is just about at the airlock.
This could be forward.
Copy to...
He's going to drop off the strut bag, and before grabbing the FPMU, the floating potential measurement unit, he's going to work on a get ahead, which is the airlock hatch pip pin R&R. Essentially, he's going to remove the old pip pin from the hatch of the airlock and swap it out for a new one.
A few photographs of the mod kit showing the final MLI config.
Where I was, or do you need what kind of photograph do you need? Doesn't matter. I'll go back to where I was. You attach.
Tomorrow, we're just looking for overall config of the mod kit, including the MLI.
And this view from Hoshide's helmet cam, you can see he's in the airlock now.
And Aki will be retrieving the airlock pit pin tool bundle from the get-ahead screw lock bag, and then temp stowing that as desired. The mini workstation we think is the best bet.
I agree. All right, the strut bag is ready to the airlock. Use it on red.
Copy, Aki. And the tool bundle can either go on your mini workstation or you can leave it ready to the bag.
Oh, you put it on me. Oh, easier that way.
And Aki, on your helmet camera, we can see that the SCUs appear to be out of their pouches. If you're able to restow those, that'd be great.
We'll do. I'll think about that after the last system, but good now. Doing tomorrow. Good. Taking pictures. Looks fine. And what do you want me to the time to go take pictures from the other side? I guess why not?
Checking.
I guess I'll do it. I have to go retrieve the APFR anyway.
That's exactly what we're thinking, Thomas. As you go over, translate over to pick up the APFR, best effort on any photos from that side.
Okay, sounds good.
Pesquet now translating to pick up the APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. This will be needed when the crew installs the FPMU.
Let's see if I start in the pouches.
Copy, Aki. Good work with those unwieldy pouches.
Like an anaconda right now.
You just saw Pesquet grab a couple of photos of the work site for the teams on the ground.
Well, he looks like Thomas almost done. So I need you to proceed with the airlock system.
Affirm, Aki, we are still go to proceed with the airlock tip pin, so you can grab that bundle.
Got it.
Meanwhile, inside the airlock, Hoshide is beginning work on the pip pin restoration and installation. He's going to remove the old pip pin from the airlock hatch and swap it out for a new pip pin.
Okay, ready. I'm at the APFR. New settings we need for translation.
Checking. And Thomas, no settings required. You can either put it low profile, or we can give you the settings that you'll need once you arrive at the FPMU worksite.
Precise probably a pitch of Foxtrot right now. So I'll try that.
Copy, Foxtrot.
Right, body for the airlock system first is to remove the system on the forward side.
Affirm. So they'll be pulling the pip pin out towards the aft side, towards your right side.
That's complete.
Copy. Then you can retrieve the new pip pin from the bundle and insert it into the hatch hinge.
Hoshide has successfully removed the old pip pin from the hatch hinge. and he's now going to retrieve the new pit pin from the crew lock bag.
Next, you can attach the equipment hook that's on a lanyard on the new pit pin to the airlock structure as far nadir as possible. There are some holes nadir of the hinge, and then to the furthest nadir one that it will reach.
Okay, I have my right on the HFR foot plate. You can foxtrot on the pitch. And I'm going to go ahead and retrieve the reef extender from reef 26 WRT.
Copy all, Thomas.
A wadi, the width, the hook is too small compared to the bracket between the holes, so the hook does not go in.
Copy, Aki. You may need to come from the port starboard side of the hole, where it is a little bit thinner, to be able to get the hook in there.
I think it's the same diameter and distance between two. Oh, I see what you're saying. So not between the holes, but hole and the opening.
Hey, from good words.
Yeah. That works. Thank you.
Copy. Next, you can relocate the ret that's attached to the adjustable from the new pit pin to the lanyard loop on the old pit pin.
Okay, that's complete, and it's the loop closest to the pit pin.
Copy, Aki. A warning that once cut, the pit pin lanyard presents a sharp edge hazard. Next, Aki, you'll be retrieving the EVA scissors from the tool bundle.
Now approaching the 5-hour mark in today's spacewalk. Currently, Aki Hoshide is back inside of the airlock working on a get-ahead task in which he's swapping out a old pip pin in the airlock hatch. He has removed the old pip pin and replaced it with the new one and is wrapping up that task.
Pit pin lanyard loop on the lanyard tab at the bolt to structure. And you may have to put the...
Meanwhile, Thomas Pesquet is making his way to the FPMU location where he will be preparing to remove the FPMU and have it swapped out with the new FPMU, which Hoshide is going to bring with him back from the airlock.
Right, I have the...
During today's spacewalk, Hoshide and Pesquet successfully completed tasks to build and install a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel in preparation for the next delivery of ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. All is still continuing smoothly in the first spacewalk involving 2 international partner crew members out of the Quest airlock.
I'm just waiting back. It's the wish standard in APFR. Status.
Copy, Thomas.
I was nice at the airlock. I just cut wire with scissors. That. Oh, that's fun. Have fun from what you had. Great job there, buddy. All right.
Hoshide continuing to work in the airlock. He's using the EVA scissors to cut the old pit pin lanyard loop.
Okay, I'm at mile marker 9510. They're going inboard, and I'm going to get to the FHRC at some point.
Copy, good words. And you'll head zenith at the port FHRC, and you'll leave your green hook in place.
I'm at the FHRC, mile marker 9240.
Pesquet has now arrived at the FPMU location.
You'll be putting a fair lead on handrail 3654. It's a small angled handrail zenith of the FHRC.
And he's going to work on getting some things ready while Hoshide wraps up the pip pin installation in the airlock. Following that, he will bring the FPMU, the floating potential measurement unit, with him, where they will swap out the old unit and install the new FPMU.
It's not gonna, okay. What I'm gonna do is there's a bracket right here is gonna be good for 4-man. Not really 3654, but I see the UHF antenna. I'm getting the HFR reflector away from it. Just leaving inboard sheet first.
Copy. And yes, you can either go to the WIF first or to the connector panel.
For the airlock pin, so I've been doing quite a bit now, but it looks like the cover The wire tag is coming off, but I can't really see that it's cutting the wire itself. And one question, since this new pin is already connected with a hook structure, can I take off the pin? Sorry, because it's right in the way and I don't want to damage this thing if possible.
And Aki A-firm, you can take off the pit pin while you're cutting.
Yeah.
For the two of you,
the antenna.
And for the two of you, while you're translating, several warnings and cautions for you. Avoid contact with the gold coating on the FPMU probes. The FPMU probe hinges are pinch points. Minimize contact with painted surfaces of FPMU probes. Avoid kicking the radiator beam, and avoid contact with the GPS antennas.
Copy. Passing the S-band antenna, south antenna. I don't know if they connect your work site.
Copy. You are at panel Alpha 115, and we're going to look to unplug the VSSA connector P2.
Okay, I'm at Alpha 115. I have A2 on the panel and P2 on the NZ. I'm going to go ahead and unplug P2, A2. Unplug.
Good words, and you can move the lever fully aft and leave it in the soft dock.
Pesquet stepping through procedures in anticipation of removal of the FPMU, the floating potential measurement unit.
Copy.
Complete.
Hoshide continuing to work in the airlock on the airlock hatch pip pin R&R, which is a get-ahead task.
Reef 4, actually we're clocking at 6. I think I'm going to go inboard all handrails right here.
Copy.
Reef 2, is that correct? Wait.
With 4.
4. All right, around. If 4, actually not labeled, but oh no, it is. If 4, the label is underneath SAS antenna, but that's with 4. It's here.
Thomas, you found with 4?
I found with 4.
Copy. Again, the clocking for WIFX will be 6.
Yeah, 6. My body for the airlock pipper, and that wire is finally cut. I ended up using the scissors, not like a scissor, but like a saw instead at the end. The new pipper is installed. good progress on the front.
Copy. Excellent work, Aki. Way to stick with it. You can stow the old pit pin and the lanyard in the small trash bag.
And with that, Hoshide has successfully installed the new pit pin in the airlock hatch.
We can go ahead and skip the pictures for now, Aki.
Okay. No need for pictures, you say?
Affirm, no need for pictures, Aki.
Later.
Next up, Hoshide will grab the FPMU, which is in the airlock currently, and then he'll make his way to meet Pesquet so that they can remove and replace the FPMU with the new unit.
Should point inboard towards the starboard side.
Board. And the final pitch on the APF already.
The pitch on the APFR will be Papa Papa. But I also have the rest of the settings for the WIFX when you would like those.
Yeah, I'll take Papa Papa because it's the APF far away from, and I'll take the rest.
Copy.
Okay.
The space station is currently flying 264 statute miles over Kazakhstan.
How about we do my one? Maybe a geometry in here.
Coming up in just 22 days is the scheduled Soyuz 65S launch, which will launch from Kazakhstan.
Crossing of 6, which is the handrail on the V6 pointing inboard. Now we have a good pull and torque test, and it is marked back on back.
Copy. That's a good install on the WIFX. The rest of the settings will be Juliet 5.
Juliet for the pitch and 5 for the extension.
Good word.
Good Thomas. All right. Well, the FPMU bag is ready to me. Coming out with the bag. And the yellow pin items are stowed in the product bag.
Copy all, Aki. And on your way out, we'll have you inspect the hatch ceiling surface for debris.
buddy. Before I set 5, can you give me the rest of the APFR settings, roll and yaw, please?
Affirm. So the roll should be Charlie, and the yaw is 4.
The roll is already Charlie, that's great. And the yaw 4.
Affirm.
Work on that. Okay, I have Charlie and 4 now on the LV extension. Let me do that, and then I'll review all the settings and we make sure we're on the same page.
Copy all. Sounds good.
Roddy, airlock surface looks clean, no debris.
Copy, no debris. I will have you verify your safer handles are down and close the thermal cover.
Let me secure the bag on my DIC first.
Copy.
Roddy, you ready for brief extended plus APFR settings?
Go, Thomas.
We start with the clocking of 6. Good install black on black with full test like we said before. I have a pitch of Juliet on the riff extender. I have an extension of 5. I see the white line with 5. And then the clocking of the APFR I didn't change. And it's 12, I think. Actually, I see that it's 12. I have a good black on black tool test, full type test on APFR on the reef extender. I have a pitch of Papa. I have a roll of Charlie and a yaw of 4, and I'm facing the FPM here.
Copy all, Thomas. That is a good config on the WIFX and the APFR. And can you just verify that the pitch knob is popped out on the APFR?
Affirm, the pitch knob is popped out on the APFR.
Copy all. We'll take a glove hap and just a glove and hap check from you.
Dry hop for me and glove spacelight.
Copy all. You can retrieve the large, small RET and the scoop from the APFR and stow them on your mini workstation, and be sure to separate the RET and the scoop.
Pesquet continuing to step through procedures at the FPMU worksite. Hoshide will be joining him shortly with the new FPMU in tow.
I think we talked about it. Yeah, I've got the end. But, the pole.
Checking. And Thomas,
While you guys are checking, so if our handles down, thermal cover is closed, heading out.
copy, Aki. And were you able to reinstall the wire tie on the thermal cover as well? Copy, Aki. We see it. And you'll be headed out to the port FHRC, where you'll head zenith and then inboard. Thomas, we will have you separate the RET and the scoop. You will need them separately. Affirm.
Yeah, but I think I'll do that later. Keep them attached for now. That's fine with you. I think we talked about it with Nike. Yeah, I think at the end you have to do it, but I don't think you need it right off the bat. Yeah. It's one last thing to manage for me.
Okay, we copy that, Thomas. No problem.
Thank you.
Hey, Thomas, with that, you have a go to ingress the APFR.
Okay, I've retrieved the, oops, there was a lot more red for now, and I'm going to go ahead and raise the APFR.
Copy.
Pesquet now making his way into the APFR, the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. The APFR was used earlier in today's spacewalk by Hoshide to help install and build the mounting bracket on the 4A power channel. It will be used again to remove and replace the FPMU, the Floating Potential Measurement Unit.
15 minutes.
Copy that. How you doing, Thomas? Doing good, actually. Working on my ingress, extending ingress aid, doing my tethers, and ready to go. Okay. And go away. Okay, tether clean.
Once situated in the APFR, Pesquet will use the pistol grip tool to remove a series of 3 bolts to release the failed FPMU.
Alright, Lottie, sorry I got caught. My safety tether got caught again. So, getting back.
Copy, Aki. He's got plenty of time.
Thanks a lot. No worries, Aki. I'm in a wish extender, APFR. It seems like a good ingress, and I'll be watching the sunrise, Aki.
Copy, Thomas.
This view of Pesquet in the APFR.
PMU. So you can tether to the tether point using the large hook of the large small.
Meanwhile, Hoshide continues to make his way toward Pesquet with the FPMU safely secured to his body restraint tether.
My body tether's cleared. Heading back. Heading back out.
Copy, Aki.
Okay, I have the large hook of the large small on the FPMU, and now I need the small on my main workstation.
Good words, Thomas.
And it's on my T-bar.
Copy, that's a good config. You can configure your PGT, Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. Actually, I see you underneath. Oh. I see, like your shadow. Okay, pause. Okay.
And in the center of your screen there, you can see Aki Hoshide with the new FPMU floating alongside him. It is attached to his body restraint tether.
Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. Sept.
Good words. And Thomas will be releasing...
Decimal 0 program.
Copy, Thomas. You'll be releasing the outer bolts either order, just let us know which one. And we're expecting 10 turns and for the bolt to pop out.
Okay. I'm going for the aftmost bolt, the one closer to me. And
Copy.
Driving. Lottie, I'm at the FHLC going Zenith.
Copy, Aki. And then you'll be fair leading on handrail 3655.
Pesquet is using the pistol grip tool, or the PGT, to release a series of bolts. First, he'll release 2 outer bolts, and then he will release 1 center bolt.
What do you do? Oh, go ahead, Akihiko. Just checking with her. So, I think I believe our feathers are crossed right now. Yeah, that's you probably on top of. What's the antenna, Aki, with your place? You're touching your chest antenna? Thanks. Watching back behind you, but didn't know it was right behind me.
I'm back with you on the other side of the handover. Sorry about that. Aki, you'll be fair leading your safety tether on 3655, which is a long vertical handrail on the zenith side. Copy? And you can head inboard to the FPMU.
What do you think the bolt popped out actually? Maybe 2 main turns, but 14, 80, something, 82 turns popped out.
And we copied that the aft bolt popped out. You can move on to the forward outer bolt.
You're working on the forward. Welcome, Akihiko, FPMU. Hey. How you doing? Doing good. All right. APS outpost, we should be very wobbly, but I'm not going to do anything because we've been there for a while. On it.
And Aki, you'll be temp stowing the bag on handrail 3613 or 3618.
Copy that.
Hoshide and Pesquet have met up once again at the FPMU worksite.
So, the forwardmost bolt is also popped out after like 10-ish turns.
Copy, the forward bolt popped out. You can move now to the center bolt. We're expecting about 28 turns. Same settings.
Settings.
And with that, we just received confirmation that Pesquet successfully removed the 2 outer bolts from the FPMU and is now going to work on removing the center bolt.
We start moving big stuff around. Yeah. How many turns were you on the center bolt?
Looking for 28 turns.
Between turns. And
Tama, the visual indicator you're looking for is that it will move on the rails once it's released.
I see. Turns. PGT is stowed.
Copy. 28 turns on the center bolt. Next, you can install the round scoop and leave your mini workstation ret on the scoop.
And the center bolt on the failed FP mule has now been released.
Thomas, can you verify that the FP mule moved on the rails and is fully released?
It moves, but it comes to a hard stop. Starts moving, but and it's locked. More turns on that center bolt.
Okay, firm, Thomas. Looks like we still need just a few more to get it fully released.
Aki, how you doing?
Good. I'm gonna jump fill this, but I'm gonna take this far now, please. I need it.
And Aki, you have a go
Copy, Aki.
to unwrap the spare and leave it attended to the bag.
But I'm gonna take off the wire part to sew the holes.
Aki, my fixed tether is on your left shoulder.
Is it on my left now? Yeah. Alright. Not towards you, right?
So now if you scoot back towards your feet, there you go, and then Mater. It's nice right behind, you have to go Mater. Right behind your place where the flag is. If you follow the face and go Mater forward, then you'll be good. Put a hand on it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's it.
But now you're gonna go back into it every time you do this, so.
Yeah.
Now it's behind you.
Okay.
There you go, now it's free. Is it no?
Yeah, it's free. I'll try not to snag it. I knew where it was, but.
Okay.
I just bumped into it.
No worries. Have a good use, though.
Okay.
A few more turns on the center bolt. How many are we shooting for, buddy? 5 to 10, maybe?
Thomas, we'll have you continue with turns until it's fully loose and released.
Okay. I think it's fully loose and released. There's missing maybe one turn or a half turn.
Copy, Thomas. You can go ahead and stow your PGT and install the round scoop.
Copy.
Pesquet is now going to work to remove the failed floating potential measurement unit. He'll pass it off to Hoshide.
You said you liked my feet.
Hoshide will then pass the spare to Pesquet so that he can begin installation.
Just making sure I'm nice and
Yeah. In front of you on your left side?
yeah.
Behind the bag. Thank you. Yes, it's right off first.
No worries. Just in case you're in a good position.
Yeah.
It feels good. Just being sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright. In the scoop, it comes at the 10 o'clock position. Sorry, pointing towards you, Aki.
Yes.
Sure. The scoop is installed on the FPMU.
Copy. You can remove the large small ret from the tether point and stow that on your mini workstation.
Small ret comes off and goes to the mini workstation.
Copy. You can remove the FPMU from the stanchion and present it to Aki to stow the probes.
Yep, I think IQ is still working on the bag.
Right. And yeah, the bag is stowed.
Copy.
If you're just tuning in with us today, we're approaching the 5-hour and 30-minute mark of the 244th Spacewalk in support of station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. This is the first spacewalk involving 2 international partner crew members, Aki Hoshide, current space station commander, and Thomas Pesquet. So far, the duo has successfully built and installed a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel in preparation for the delivery of an ISS rollout solar array. Additionally, Hoshide worked on a get-ahead task to remove and replace a pip pin in the airlock, and now the duo is working together to swap out a failed floating potential measurement unit and replace it with a new one.
You have the FPMU for you.
All right.
Sure you're ready.
All right. Closer than I thought. All right, so it's on that side. Okay. You can't spring it on your left side?
Yeah, I can do that.
Do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's still close.
Yeah.
Can you move away like to your right?
All right.
Yeah. I can pass it to you anywhere, but if you're too close. The antenna behind your place IQ, watch out.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to use that, the other handle.
Not a fancy work site.
Okay. Go sideways. How's that?
Sideways, great.
All right. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up?
So you're gonna present me the probe?
Yeah, but there's nothing that holds them, and they have some kind of a springing force bringing them back up. So probably we need the wire tie.
Okay, I got the wire tie.
Nice.
But so there's no latches either?
There's no what?
Latches?
No, they don't latch down. No. Watch out the Sasaki. It's, there's a tough spot. You can VRT to that handrail, right?
To
your left?
my left? Yeah, it's VRT and VRT too.
Oh, it's VRT, okay.
All right.
All right, you ready for it?
Yeah, not really. No, it's good. Come on, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go back to the original handrail.
Yeah.
Face up, like I did. That way, we'll have enough clearance.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
That sounds great. I'll keep it. This is not a bad view at all.
Yeah, enjoy. Don't have a big box in front of you blocking the view either.
No. I want it.
EV crew, the arm will be in motion shortly.
Okay. Well, goodbye to the arm. Any fixtures? No? I have my hands full. Yeah. Good.
A couple of waves from Thomas Pesquet as he works to hand off the failed FPMU to Aki Hoshide. As a reminder, he's wearing the suit with the red stripes today.
Outside. Just the paint. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Gas control? Have a try. Got a question? Yeah. But no, not really, but control now. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't fold a big one. You can do it, sure. I'll press the latch. Yeah, there you go. Let's use the latch here. Alright. Alright, it's spring loaded. Alright. If you can hold it there, I'm holding it right here. Yeah, that's a load, sorry. Hold this side. Alright, keep press. Okay. Work. Yeah, but rid of the red. Profile, okay. You have control? And yeah, I think you're gonna put it on your BRT.
Copy, looks like a good config to us. And affirm, Thomas, you can store that on your BRT. Aki, you can get ready to pass the spare FPMU over to Thomas. And you can leave it redded to the bag.
And the failed FPMU has been successfully transferred from Thomas to Aki. Now Aki will hand over the new spare FPMU to Thomas so that he can work on installing it shortly.
Alright. You red now. Okay. The other red is the right side, that's not going to be 3D. Alright. Red going to the group. I can reuse the other red.
Concur?
Let me know when you're ready. Yeah.
And Thomas, when you receive the spare, we'll have you inspect the blind mate connectors on both the stanchion and the spare FPMU for FOD damage or anomalous conditions.
Do that on the spare side. Copy. The spare blind mate connector looks good. No damage, no bent pins.
Copy.
And on the FPMU, sorry, on the last, I don't see any damage. Good. And I bend, I think it's an E my bend too on that side.
Copy. Those are good inspections.
Nice and free.
Thomas, you can now present the spare for probe deploy with Sept.
Yeah. So first I'll hand over the probe, the new one. Is this, can I give it to you from your left side? You're allowed to have it from
No,
your
it's
right.
fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Any side. Watch out, because there's my tether is still there.
No. Yeah. Yeah. One more. That I have to do. Right.
Got it? No, not yet. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know you were passing it to me. I was taking pictures of you. I got a hand on it.
A hand?
Yeah. Okay. Got a hand on the scoop.
Alright, so if you can hold that, I'm going to remove the wire tie, then put the probe out.
Good word, Zaki.
Threaded.
The wire tie is removed.
Okay.
The wire tie can go either in the trash bag or back on the ORU bag, whichever is more convenient.
The trash bag is.
The SPM.
The wire tie's in my trash bag. Got it. Oh, cool. Nice.
Deployed.
Hey.
We keep the rep on the scoop, I'm assuming.
Yeah, until you put it in.
Copy. Looks good. You can go ahead and install the FPMU into the VSSA along the guide rails, and there will be a soft dock.
Pesquet has successfully received the spare FPMU and is now going to work on installing it.
Slides in, but there's no real up dock.
Similar to removal, this will require a series of 3 bolts to secure the FPMU.
Oh, sorry, I'm saying it slides in, but there's no real soft dock.
Yeah, affirm, Thomas. There's no real soft dock. It just will kind of sit in the rails.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not, doesn't feel like it's properly engaged, so they can take it out and do it again.
Copy?
Okay, now it's just better. I think, yeah, I didn't engage the guiding pin on the front. It's not through that loop, but now it looks better.
Copy all. Good catch. Now you can attach your large small RET from your mini workstation to the tether point.
Large small RET on the tether point.
And you can remove this scoop and tend it back to the ORU bag.
Okay, Aki. Cooper is going to come back to you. Okay.
And Aki, when you receive the scoop, it will be going back onto the ORU bag external microconical.
Okay, not inside? Oh, because there's stress over here. Okay.
Ready for the scoop, I said. Coming.
Okay.
Thomas, your PGT settings for the bolts will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy Bravo 1, clockwise 2 volts.
Good words. And we'll start with the center bolt, and we'll do 23 turns only.
Bravo 1, clockwise 3 turn on the center bolt.
Good words. And then we'll be taking the max running torque from you.
Good. And you want those 23 turns without pause.
Affirm, Thomas.
Or inches.
Thomas going to use the pistol grip tool yet again, this time to install the center bolt of the new FPMU. After that, he'll install 2 outer bolts.
I see it. One. 3. Okay, I got 23 turns on the center bolt. My running torque is 1.6. 1.6.
Copy 1.6 on the torque after 23 turns. Your new PGT settings will be Alpha 1, clockwise 2. And you'll be taking the bolt to torque with a minimum of 1.5 additional turns.
Alpha 1, clockwise 2, that's a torque of 2.5, and 2 torque.
Good words.
And I have a torque, I have a green light on the torque, 2.2, and 4 turns. 2.2 is a little bit under the 2.5, but okay.
Copy. That is a good bolt on the center bolt. We'll move on to the aft bolt. The settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and we'll drive that bolt 5 turns only.
Copy. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. That's 12 around and 5 turns on the aft bolt, the one towards me.
Good words.
The center bolt on the FPMU has successfully been installed. Pesquet is now going to work on driving the first of 2 outer bolts to secure the FPMU.
Copy 0 on the torque after 5 turns. Standby 1. Thomas, with that reading, we're going to use the settings Bravo 1, clockwise 2 on the second outer bolt, so on the forward bolt. 5 turns only.
Okay, Bravo 1. Copy. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 12.0 at program torque, and 5 turns on the forward bolt.
Good words.
Zero. Nothing, huh? No torque.
Okay, we copy 0 torque for 5 turns on the forward bolt. So with that, we're going to put the PGT into manual ratchet mode and set the MTL to 2.5 foot-pounds.
Copy. It seems there's a lot of ways to go on those bolts as well. They're nowhere close to like the bolts touching box. There's still a lot of bolts, and feels like we could do still a bit more. It's going to take me a lot of time to put in the ratchet.
Copy. We're checking.
All right. I will give you UVS with my work envelope. It's turning, but not torquing out. I know at 5 turns you won't, but so we need at least 5 more, if not 10 more. Yeah. You can do that in manual ratchet, but that's going to take time. Yeah, long time. You've ratcheted enough today. At least this one is a small torque, the other one is, yeah. Like the ratchet master. The ratchet man.
Thomas, you can go ahead and start the bolts by hand as far as you can get before we move into the manual ratchet mode.
Copy.
Now approaching the 6-hour mark into today's spacewalk. Thomas Pesquet is currently working to drive the first outer bolt into the newly replaced floating potential measurement unit. During today's spacewalk, Hoshide and Pesquet have successfully installed and built the mounting bracket on the 4A power channel. This is in preparation for the next delivery of ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs.
Clockwise, about 30.5.
Good words, and we copied 2 turns by hand.
Yeah, more like 3.5 turns by hand.
Copy 3.5 turns by hand.
And on the ratchet clockwise, MTL 30.5.
The MTL will be 2.5.
Right. Yeah, 2.5, and going for the aft bolt.
Copy aft bolt.
Okay, popped out once. Twice. My son,
Copy 2 pops. That's a good install on the aft bolt.
popped out once. Do you want it twice?
Affirm, 2 pops, please.
Okay. The sun is going to come back. Yeah. Now. Okay, 2 pops.
Copy 2 pops. That is now a good bolt on the aft bolt, and I'll see you on the other side of the handover for the forward bolt.
Forward bolt, 2 pops. Okay, great.
And with that, Pesquet has successfully driven the first outer bolt, installing the FPMU. Next up, he'll work on driving the second outer bolt to fully secure the FPMU.
Mom, son. What about you, Aki, I'm telling you? Yeah. Columbus. Yeah, you gotta take that.
And tomorrow, back with you on the other side of the handover. Can you verify your current config on the forward and aft bolts?
As in, it pops twice on the forward and aft bolt. Is that what you're asking, Waddy?
Affirm. So we did get 2 pops on both the forward and aft bolts. And can we get a final turn count on the forward bolt?
There's 4 turns on the forward bolt.
Copy 4 turns. Both of those are good bolts.
Again, approximate. The plane looks Waddy because it's 10 or 15 degrees per check motion, so it's actually turn count.
Understood, absolutely. You can go ahead and stow your PGT.
GT is stowed.
You can retrieve the large small ret.
And with that, the second outer bolt was successfully installed on the FPMU.
The one that comes from the large small red, yes.
From the tether point.
Right there, here. Oh, I see. That's complete, Waddy.
Copy. You can transfer the failed FPMU from your BRT over to Aki.
All right, working on that.
And Aki, you'll do ret swap using the large small from the bag to the tether point.
Copy that. All right, L1. All right. The key. Here comes the failed FPMU. Okay. I thought the BRT on it. I should have moved the jaws, given just what's sake. Doing half a jaw like I'm sorry. That's all right. There you go. So there's a rat to the scoop on my BRT and my BRT back.
1 second. Hold on, Thomas.
Okay, holding on.
Aki, you can stow the failed FPMU in the bag. And then you'll be stowing the bag on your BR.
All right. Ready? Ready, Aki? Yep. Okay, here it comes. You can get me the scoop side? Yeah. Okay, sorry.
JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide is now working to stow the old failed FPMU on his body restraint tether. Following this, he's going to head back to the airlock.
All right, I'm going to remove your what?
Okay, you have control.
I have control.
Meanwhile, ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet is wrapping up installation of the new FPMU. Now approaching the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk. So far, all tasks have been completed, as well as one get-ahead task to swap out a PIP pin in the airlock and replace it with a new PIP pin.
Thomas?
Oh, right.
Thomas, you can verify that all of your tools and tethers are clear and then egress the APFR.
Alright, those tethers are clear, and I'm going to get the APFR.
Alright, come on. We may need your help on this.
Okay. You need, maybe you need to stay in the APFR?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably better, more stable. You can hold that, the failed it.
Absolutely. Yep, I have it.
You have it?
Yeah.
There you go. Get back. Height plus 50 tethers going.
I am sorry.
No, not just yours, it's mine too.
And this is like the conversation we had. You were not convenient to go aft of the SAS antenna.
Yeah.
There's just no handrail, and the RGDM is right there.
Yep.
So, the Guinea side is very nicely better in your way the whole time. I apologize.
No. It wasn't in my way, but, you know, I didn't want to trap you bad either.
Absolutely.
Let's see how to do this. Let's do this. Try this again.
Okay.
I have control.
You have control. There you go. Okay. Nice.
Let's watch the clearance with the vessel.
Yep, your Sept tether is clear. Okay. Going to go ahead and egress the APFR.
Yeah, go for it.
Copy all. Thomas, once you egress, have you check your HECA light one more time and power cycle if necessary.
Okay, that is on the power cycle.
Affirm.
It's off. That is on.
Copy. Thank you, Thomas. And Thomas, you can either translate back over to the connector panel or retrieve the APFR and put it on your BRT.
I think I'll... Connector panel is right here. I can get to the connector panel from that side, I guess. Try and do that.
Copy. And you can also help Aki stow the failed FPMU if you'd like.
Okay, I'll try that. If PFR is in my way, I'll try to remove it. Alright. Get to the back strap on that side. Having back sun, back strap. Yeah, what do you need me to do that? Just put it on the other side of the bag. Oh, it's far away from me, I can't start. But if it's right under you, yeah, there. I'll remove you. Yeah. Wait. I need to get settled.
Hoshide continuing to work to stow the failed FPMU, the floating potential measurement unit, in the bag. They'll bring it back to the airlock with them. Pesquet successfully installed the new FPMU, the floating potential measurement unit, and drove 3 bolts to secure it.
Grab the bag rotates away from me. You know what, if you can pass me the bag, I can hold the bag. Okay. Then I can put this. Yeah, this is. And if you can grab the other side of the bag, yeah, then pass it to me. So this is the yeah, so if I can't reach the on the other side. Yeah, I understand.
Just a couple more steps remain in this procedure, including plugging in a couple of connectors and powering on the new FPMU. Additionally, Pesquet will bring the articulating portable foot restraint and some other tools with him and place them for stow in another location on the space station so that they can be utilized in a future spacewalk.
The probe needs to be in bag. I got the bag. And this should stick it up, right? Yeah, the probe needs to be in the bag. Okay. Goes to here's one.
Just a reminder that only the probes need to be in the bag, and it doesn't need to look pretty.
Copy that. take it towards you, Aki, so that I have access to the other side. There you go. That's going to be good. No. I say good. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and reconnect P2.
Copy.
And P2 is reconnected, mated over center.
Copy. That's a good install on P2. You can go ahead and retrieve the APFR WIFX and stow it on your BRT.
Keeps the clock here. All right. Cinched. The bag is secure, cinched. Looks very pretty.
Looks great to us. You can go ahead and stow it on your BRT.
All right. This one side. Okay. I got the reflex behind me. The bag. That's the bag. The bag behind me. All right.
Copy.
Looks clean.
Copy, Thomas and Aki. So Aki will have you lead, but first we'll take a glove hap and a HECA light check from you.
Okay. Glove missing. Half is dry. The light is off. Well, turn it back on.
Copy.
Hecklight is on now.
Copy, Hecklight on.
Green light.
You have a go to start translating back to the airlock, and then Thomas, you can follow behind. You're headed to the starboard seated cart.
Copy.
Big picture for the two of you. We are going to head back to the airlock. Thomas, you'll stow the APFR and the WIFX on the starboard seated cart on your way. And then we're going to come back inside and repress with all of our primary objectives for the day complete. So excellent work today, guys.
Super. Thanks for your help, Waddy.
And with those words from Ground IV Jessica Watkins up to our spacewalkers, they will head back to the airlock with all primary tasks completed for the day, as well as one get-ahead task. During today's spacewalk, Hoshide and Pesquet successfully built and installed a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel. Additionally, they removed and replaced the floating potential measurement unit. And they also completed the get-ahead task of replacing and swapping out a pip pin in the airlock.
Green hook is on, the red reel is closed, hook is unlocked.
Copy, Aki.
Hey, let me get out of your way tomorrow. Hey. My red hook is going to come back to my, green hook. Colors, I'm colorblind. My green hook is going to come back on my red reel.
Copy.
The green hook is on the red reel. Locked. Why not? The yellow hook's still locked. Both reels are unlocked.
Copy. That's a good config, Thomas. And a reminder to depress the port CETA brakes as you go by. 2 times.
Okay. Copy.
This view from Thomas Pesquet's helmet cam as he makes his way back to the airlock.
Starboard seated cart, correct?
Hey, friend Thomas, you're looking for WIF 1 on the starboard seated cart.
Before stopping at the airlock, though, he will drop off the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint. This will be used in a future spacewalk.
All right, brakes. You pressed twice.
Copy. Port CETA brakes.
Waddy, I'm at the top of the CETA square.
Copy, Aki.
Actually, I never thought I'd say that, but illustrating with a waist extender and an APFR seems like a light config after the bag. You were dealing with a monster.
Your EV3 has lost some weight.
EV3, yeah, definitely. He's been doing his own. All right, with one, I'm at the Albert Cedar cart. With one now.
With one should be the coordinator with, and you're looking for a clocking of 11 on the WIFX.
Coordinator with clocking of 11 on the WIFX. Copy, thank you. All right.
Aki Hoshide now approaching the airlock. Once he arrives at the airlock, the first task will be to open up the hatch thermal cover.
Oh, okay, that's good. Thank you. Paparazzi. It's on the outside this time. Okay, let's see, 7. One on a single line, that gives me right on a double line already. 5 or 4?
Checking.
Right.
It will be 5.
Open the thermal cover. 5 on a double. Sorry, can I open the thermal cover?
Affirm, you would go to open the thermal cover.
Good work. Looking at 5, ready. If you have any way to look at that contraption, you like what it looks like. Because I changed the settings to get access to the bag from the outside of the truss. So it's completely different settings from what we had at the FPMU. So I can make it any.
Affirm. So we have settings for you to make it low profile against the body of the CETA cart. So the WIFX will be 11 alpha 1.
Okay. You got broken up, but I think you want me to put it as much against the body of the CETA cart as possible. It's going to be a work on the pitch. And I'm putting that in work right now.
Good words, Thomas. And it'll be 11 alpha 1 on the WIFX.
Okay, I'm going to have to take it out of the whiff because that pitch motion is interfering with the trunnion on the MT. So, taking it out and then putting it back in. I'm going to do the pitch first.
Copy, Thomas.
Actually, the Mark van der Heij technique. So the Mark van der Heij technique is, for APFRs, is to hit like a Rubik's Cube, floating, and then slam it into FX. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing right now. Perfect.
Copy. And Aki, FYI for you, you may get the reserve water on message on your suit. No action and no concern, but just a heads up.
Yeah. Okay. sorry, just so you know, and I had to get my safety tether untangled because I got my safety tether on me. Okay. And what do you have installed is a clocking of 7 single line, 5 double line. On wave 01, the pitch is, I can't read the number, but it's all the way as close to the car as possible, and the extension is as short as possible on the wave extender.
That's a good config for us, Thomas. And can we get the APFR settings as well? We have 12 Foxtrot Alpha 6.
Oh, I think I have to change that to take it out of the way. So 12 is still there because it stayed in the wave extender the whole time. Papa is there, and now I have 6 on the yaw and Alpha on the roll.
Here we copy 12 Papa Alpha 6 on the APFR.
Is that what you wanted, buddy? Or before? It would be pure luck.
Copy, Thomas. That looks good.
Okay.
Next.
Right. So I'm retrieving my ret and making my way back to the airlock.
A-firm, you can retrieve your ret. Unfortunately, we'd like for you to go back to the port CETA cart and depress the brakes again. There are some concerns that it got lifted after you depressed them the first time.
Okay, I depressed them twice on my way back, but you're saying something happened after that? Go fix it.
A-firm, Thomas.
Oh yeah, I touched the handle. It's not bad. All right, go fix it.
A-firm, Thomas.
Oh yeah, it's going to be 5 more minutes. No your suits. I'm at the airlock. Let's wait first to the camera, Aki. For 5 minutes straight.
And Aki, with the camera at the airlock, we'll have you take pictures of the pit pin that you installed.
Okay.
JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide has arrived back at the airlock. He's going to work on taking some photos of the get-ahead task that he completed earlier to remove and install a new pip pin. ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet will join him shortly at the airlock. We're approaching the 6-hour, 30-minute mark of today's spacewalk. All planned tasks and one get-ahead task were completed today.
You? Not that sure. Well, either the pedals are they're depressed twice, and I was more careful this time. I didn't touch the brake handle.
Copy, brakes depressed twice, so you appreciate it.
It's only normal. That's my mistake. Alright, I'm back at the starboard CETA cart.
Hoshide working to get the failed FPMU into the airlock.
Copy. Those handles are actually tucked away, so nicer.
Copy. And good news, the FPMU has powered on nominally.
Yeah, nice. Good job, Thomas. Thank you. Good job, everyone. Nice brand new FPMU. Yay.
Good words from the ground. We just heard that the FPMU, the Floating Potential Measurement Unit, was powered on successfully. In addition to the successful replacement and installation of the new FPMU, Hoshide and Pesquet completed tasks to build and install a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel in preparation for the next delivery of ISS Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, Hoshide completed a get-ahead task to remove and replace a PIP pin in the airlock hatch. By all accounts, today has been a very successful spacewalk. It's the first spacewalk involving 2 international partner crew members out of the Quest airlock and the 244th in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Copy, FPMU bag secure.
Right, and Wadi, that message that you warned me about just came on.
We copy, reserve water on.
Aki, here I come. I see it's better behind your leg.
Yeah.
Clear that for you, Elmo. Go back up.
I have all the tethers around me now.
You got all kinds of tethers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Clear?
There's one. Right.
Your tether clear? I think I had it wrapped around me.
Yeah. This is mine.
Yep.
But it's still behind you. Okay. I think you have to come back out.
Yep. Do that anyway. This doors, right?
So, that's mine, yeah.
Yep.
It goes behind you.
Yep.
If you go aft. Yep. Now, let me see. Here. Oh, that's a nice one. Now can you...
Yes, my BRP, no?
No, it's in between the safer and your cliff. Okay. Now it's clear. That's behind your legs.
Okay.
The other way. Kick me in the head. That's the idea. Okay, I think you're free, maybe. Now it's,
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites, and we'll regain communication and visuals with the spacewalking crew shortly.
this is good. That's quite. Camera now. After the camera, you are free. All right, thank you.
That was that. Okay. So,
Great teamwork.
go take a picture of the...
And Aki, we'll have you stand down on the pictures for now, and we'll go ahead and get you ingress with that reserve water message. So both of you can turn off your HECA.
Okay.
And Thomas, you can attach your waist tether to the airlock wing extender.
Mark. Yours, this one's mine.
Can disconnect you two.
I'm sorry, actually, what you said?
I'll try to be on the outside so you can disconnect me.
Okay. All right. Goodbye to our viewers today.
Thank you for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Beautiful night view on the bottom.
extender. My waist tether through the gearing extender is locked, black on black. Yep. I'm going to ingress. See you in a minute, Aki. Yep.
Copy, Thomas. That's a good config. And Aki, you can release Thomas' anchor hook from the forward D-ring and install it on your waist tether.
1, 2, 1,
Both spacewalkers now at the airlock.
A lot of stuff in that.
yeah. I met you on
Pesquet making his way back in. Soon to follow will be Aki Hoshide.
Okay, I'm in now.
Yep. Alright, so tomorrow you have your
My left waist tether on the other gearing extender gate is closed, black on black.
okay, got it. Alright, EV2, anchor hook coming off.
Copy?
And as the astronauts enter the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, ingress begins the end of the spacewalk for the day. However, the spacewalk timer will continue to run until repressurization begins, at which point the clock will stop. Once the crew lock is completely repressurized, the astronauts on the other side of the Quest airlock will bring our spacewalkers from the crew lock portion of the airlock to the equipment lock and will help them doff their suits, and their safers will be removed.
So green, go. It's closed. There's blocked. The full test. EV1, anchor hook coming off. I will throw it on my mirror workstation.
Copy, good words.
That is complete. Are you ready for me to come in?
I'm ready for you to come in. I'm going over to the waist tether. It doesn't look like the STU though, so that's doing a good config. Alright.
And copy, if you go to ingress, you're in a good config.
And you can come in actually.
Alright.
JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide now making his way back into the airlock.
Aki, just give me 1 minute. Right. Right. Okay, now I'm clear. The bag, I'm trying to keep the bag on your way, but
Yeah. Be careful.
Once Hoshide is successfully inside the airlock, he'll work to close the hatch thermal cover.
There we go.
I see you come in.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Alright, that's open thermal cover.
Copy, closing the thermal cover. Then reminder to release the hook from the stowage tether point, attach it to the magnetic plate D-ring, and cinch the strap until snug.
Copy.
This view from Aki Hoshide's helmet camera as he works to close up the thermal hatch cover.
Aki, I'm staying out of your way. Good. Good. Wow. It cinches down. Off the open.
And Aki, that hook needs to go to the D-ring on the hard magnetic plate instead of the soft goods loop A-firm.
Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Alright, that strap is cinched down. Close the hatch.
Copy.
Feet on Aki.
And can you verify that the magnet is engaged?
Magnet is engaged.
Copy. Looks good to us.
Wow.
Both of you can remove the SCU from the stowage pouch that I put in there very nicely.
It did some work.
And with the thermal hatch cover now successfully closed, Pesquet and Hoshide will step through a couple more procedures before they get the go for repressurization to begin.
Your DCM covers and Velcro it to your DCM, and then connect the SCU to your DCMs.
Yes, AV1 SU is connected.
Bag red coming
Copy,
across.
EV1.
It'll be okay.
And Aki, it looks like there we go. And can you verify how many lines are visible on the tail once you cinch it down?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 visible. It's on the 7th line. It's cinched all the way down pretty much.
Copy, 6 lines is what we're looking for.
Yeah, it's coming off. MSU is connected for EV2.
Copy, EV2. And that looks good, Aki. Verify that your SUs are locked.
SU is locked. Locked EV1.
Copy. You can take your water switch to off, OFF, forward, and expect the water is off message.
EV1, water is off. EV2, water is off.
Copy. Verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware.
Is clear, except for me. You're not hardware.
Verify handle position per the hatch decal. And close and latch the hatch. Close. One go back before closing and latching the hatch. Closing and locking the hatch, we will wait 2 minutes for the...
pulling on my leg. Oh no, that's you. Take 2 minutes, copy. Yeah, sorry. Is that you right here? Or what is that? Yeah, it's me. Okay. There you kick it. I was afraid it was going to be the hatch.
Back inside the space station, NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei on your left and Megan MacArthur on the right-hand side of your screen are standing by to step through procedures for repressurization. And it looks like NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough just floated into the frame as well.
Hatch with 2 minutes having passed. Can close and lock the hatch, Aki.
Copy that. Okay, copy. Turn off. Give me some room here. So where do you want me to go? Forward, and my head is touching the hatch. Cannot give you any room anymore. I'm gonna bend my legs. If I shoot a bag, I can know it's not me. No? Something behind me. It's what, sorry? Something behind me. Yeah, it's the 2 bags. It's just in your bag. Oh yeah. Are you clear? No, so you have to, like, bend your left leg. Yeah. Up. And then, okay, now you can go back. Walk. Yeah, I got the hatch closed. Nice. Alright. Hello? Hold. Alright, Lottie, hatch is latched and locked.
Copy. The hatch is locked. With that, we're going to go to pre-repress on the depress repress cue card. On your DCMs, verify that the SCU is connected to your DCM.
AV1 verified. AV2 verified.
Check that the water switch has been off for 2 minutes. And we...
2 minutes, EV1, and verified EV2.
Check that the EV hatch is closed.
EV hatch is closed and locked.
Check that on the UIA, oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves are both open.
Both open.
Switch power EV1 and 2 switches to on, ON.
Switches are on. LED EMU is on. 18.6 volts on both sides.
Copy. LEDs on and 18.6 on both. On your DCMs, switch power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
EV1 power to SCU. Wait. SCU.
Copy. EV1 and 2 on SCU. With that, I'm going to hand you back over to Megan for the crew lock repress, but it has been a pleasure working with both of you. You did an excellent job today.
Hey, thanks. And for Adi, Sandy, Emma, Dino, Goose, and Adi, yourself, thanks a lot. And also for Jack and all the flight controllers, engineers and safety folks in mission control, as well as CSA in Russia. I think it proves that a big, great partnership can do amazing things. And thanks a lot for my partner, Thomas, and Megan, Mark, and Shane inside. That was amazing. Right back at you, Aki. Awesome. Awesome.
Some thoughtful words from...
That was the best words that we never heard. I hope not. They're just messing with you.
Some thoughtful words from JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide reflecting on the hard work of the ground and those who help support and make this spacewalk possible.
Get you back inside safely, so please take your O2 actuator to press.
O2 actuator. And Megan, it's good to hear your voice. Yeah, absolutely.
It's great to hear you guys. You guys having so much fun out there, and you did a great job. We're real proud of you.
And for O2 actuator. Yeah. All right, there we go. All right. EV1, O2 actuator is in press. EV2. In between. There you go. It's not in press.
Okay, I copy EV1 and EV2. You're both in press. Aki, please check EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Okay, it's closed. And I think I'm still in between.
Copy, standing by.
Little? Yes. Wait. Come on, trader. There we go. All right, I'm in press now. Okay.
I copy now. EV1 and EV2 are press. And Aki, you said the EV hatch MPEV is closed, so I'm going to throttle the hatch equalization valve.
Good.
Let me know if you need me to stop or slow down.
Okay. And watch for Thomas' hand signal.
Okay, I will watch for the hand signal.
Thank you.
Now standing by for repressurization to begin.
Thomas, you're the record holder now? Because you were short like a couple of minutes. Possibly, Aki. Yes, you are. Wow. And this is Captain Pete.
And with repressurization having begun, our spacewalk clock for the day has ended. The spacewalk officially ended at 2:09 p.m. Central Time. The elapsed time for this spacewalk was 6 hours, 54 minutes.
Aki and Thomas, you can expect an alert tone when the crew lock is at 4.0.
Copy. Copy.
Now over 3 pounds per square inch of pressure inside of the crew lock. Just like earlier this morning during depress, there will be a pause at 5 pounds per square inch so the astronauts can conduct another leak check on their suits. And in the equipment lock portion of the airlock, you see NASA astronauts Mark Vande Hei and Megan MacArthur, who will help our spacewalkers doff or take off their spacesuits once they bring them in from the other side of the hatch after repress is finished.
Hey guys, we're at 5.0. I've taken the hatch equalization valve off. We're going to stabilize here for 2 minutes and do a leak check.
Copy. Copy. And Aki, since the hatch is closed, I'm going to release some of those ruts because the bag is in my face and the red comes across. Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Sorry for your mask. No, it's good. I mean, good job on the SCUs. It's much nicer than what I had done. I managed to put it in the pouch, but I wanted to secure it. Didn't do it. Good job out there, Aki. Mostly, you were doing most of the job there, buddy. Retort, hopefully I get some pictures of you. I think I got a few good ones, but so hard to get pictures. Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to do my picture guy, but like the light, you have to have the light come from the side, like to see your face.
Yeah.
And then if it's coming from behind you, then you're gonna be completely underexposed.
Yeah.
It's really luck.
Yeah.
To get a good shot.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like framing, you can't see that through that eyepiece really well. So, like, take a couple of pictures and go for the best.
Yeah, I agree.
Now 5 pounds of pressure per square inch inside the crew lock. Repress pausing for a couple of leak checks to take place. And with the successful completion of today's spacewalk, let's go over some updated stats. This was the 244th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 12th spacewalk out of the space station this year, and the 7th during Expedition 65. This was the 4th spacewalk of Hoshide's career, bringing his total spacewalking time to 28 hours and 17 minutes. And this was the 6th spacewalk for Pesquet, bringing his total time to 39 hours 54 minutes. Today's spacewalk lasted 6 hours and 54 minutes.
Nothing special for AV2.
Okay, you can take your O2 actuator to IV.
Stand by.
The total amount of spacewalking time that has taken place on the space station is 1,541 hours, which is the equivalent of 64 days, 5 hours, and 54 minutes.
EV1 and EV2, O2 actuator is IV. I'm going to take the hatch equalization valve back to throttle between off and norm, and we'll get you back in.
All right, cool. Thanks for you.
Today's 6 hour and 54 minute spacewalk was a smashing success in which astronauts JAXA astronaut Hoshide and ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet successfully built and installed a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel. This is in preparation for the next delivery of ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, the crew successfully removed and replaced the Floating Potential Measurement Unit, or FPMU, ensuring the device can provide measurements for years to come. JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide also was able to complete one get-ahead task in which he removed and replaced a pip pin on the airlock hatch. Repressurization continuing nominally, now at about 7 pounds per square inch of pressure. Once the pressure reaches about 14.6 pounds per square inch, NASA astronauts Megan McArthur and Mark Vande Hei, who you see on your screen here, will work to open the hatch of the Quest airlock and bring the spacewalkers from the crew lock to the equipment lock. Following this, they'll help them take off their safers. The safers are the simplified aid for EVA rescue. Once the safers are removed, Hoshide and Pesquet will be given the go to remove their helmets, and that will wrap up our coverage for today. Again, a very successful spacewalk today. All tasks were completed as planned, and one get-ahead task was also completed. This was the first spacewalk involving 2 international partner crew members out of the Quest airlock and the 244th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Now approaching 13.5 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the crew lock.
Okay, so while we're getting pretty close to equalize, you can expect another alert tone when we get there.
Copy. Copy.
Pressure almost equalized between the crew lock and the equipment lock.
Okay, guys, here comes the hatch.
Screw away from the hatch. Right. Pictures.
Pressure now equalized between the equipment lock and the crew airlock. NASA astronaut Megan McArthur will work to open and remove the hatch. Once the hatch is open, she'll help bring in European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut and current space station commander Akihiko Hoshide. McArthur, Hoshide, and Pesquet all arrived together to the space station in April on board the SpaceX Crew Dragon Endeavour.
It's not tethered. I removed the tether.
It's an airlock on 1. We're looking for you to do Sept 4 and post EVA.
McArthur bringing in the failed FPMU, or floating potential measurement unit, that was successfully removed and swapped out for the new FPMU during today's 6-hour and 54-minute spacewalk. And floating in first is European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet. Big smiles from Thomas after a very successful spacewalk today.
Airlock Houston, Step 4 comm reconfiguration is complete. The EV crew is no longer hot mic, and Step 6 and 7 not required.
We no longer hot mic. Thank you. And Houston airlock, can you confirm you said 6 and 7 are not required?
Good read back, Megan, not required.
and Thomas Pesquet's safer has been successfully removed. Next up to come in from the Quest airlock will be JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide. JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide being assisted into the airlock by his crewmates NASA astronaut Mark Vanda High and Megan MacArthur. They're going to help him remove his safer as well. During today's very successful 6-hour and 54-minute spacewalk, Hoshide and Pesquet successfully built and installed a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel in preparation for the next delivery of ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, they also removed and replaced the Floating Potential Measurement Unit, or FPMU, and performed a get-ahead task to remove and replace a PIP pin on the airlock hatch. Today's spacewalk was the 244th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the 7th spacewalk out of the ISS. It was the 12th spacewalk out of the ISS this year and the 7th spacewalk for Expedition 65. This was the 4th spacewalk of Akihiko Hoshide's career, and his total spacewalking time now totals 28 hours and 17 minutes. It was the 6th spacewalk of Thomas Pesquet's career. He now has a total of 39 hours, 54 minutes of spacewalking time. And today's spacewalk lasted 6 hours, 54 minutes, in which all scheduled tasks and one get-ahead task were completed. The total time of spacewalking time on station is 64 days, 5 hours, and 54 minutes. NASA astronauts Mark Vande Hei and Megan MacArthur working to wrangle some of the equipment used during today's spacewalk. Again, during today's 6-hour and 54-minute spacewalk, JAXA astronaut and current space station commander Akihiko Hoshide and ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet completed tasks to build and install a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel in preparation for the next delivery of ISS Rollout Solar Arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, the spacewalking duo removed and replaced the Floating Potential Measurement Unit, or FPMU, and Akihiko Hoshide was able to complete one get-ahead task in which he removed and replaced a pip pin in the airlock on the hatch.
And airlock Houston on 1. Mark, when you get a chance, can you tell me if that was Aki's or Thomas' helmet?
Aki's.
Okay, yeah, just a quick check for any visual damage, but other than that, we'll just scratch our heads about it.
NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei has removed JAXA astronaut Akihiko Hoshide's HECAs, or helmet cameras. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur working on Thomas Pesquet's helmet camera removal. NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei now working to remove Hoshide's gloves. Once Pesquet's helmet camera is removed, MacArthur will work to remove his gloves as well. Also in the airlock floating in the front of the screen is NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough. Both gloves off for our spacewalking duo. You see them stretching out their hands. Their hands really put in overtime during today's spacewalk, as that is how they moved and translate, installed and removed pieces and utilized the pistol grip tool. During today's 6-hour and 54-minute spacewalk, JAXA astronaut and current space station commander Akihiko Hoshide and European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet successfully completed tasks to build and install a mounting bracket on the 4A power channel in preparation for the next delivery of ISS rollout solar arrays, or IROSAs. Additionally, they removed and replaced the Floating Potential Measurement Unit, or FPMU, ensuring the device can provide measurements for years to come. Hoshide completed a get-ahead task as well, in which he removed and replaced a pip pin in the airlock on the hatch. All tasks were completed today as planned during the 6-hour and 54-minute spacewalk. With the completion of today's spacewalk, that will conclude our coverage for today. Thanks for watching. Signing off for now, this is Mission Control Houston.